mind making sure that... Whoop, that's the wrong direction. That... whoa, got it perfect on accident. Somebody mind making sure the audio is working for everybody?
Sure, when it pops up.
You'll pop
Oh, there
up.
it is.
Still getting used to this new XSplit, but it is kind of nifty.
I hear the GM.
Somebody talk!
Audio's working.
Hello.
Oh,
I hear me.
oh too high.
I
Okay.
hear me.
Hear the GM.
Somebody talk.
All right, I think we're good.
Sounds like we're live. I'm hearing it through someone.
Cool. Doop. Oh, that's the wrong chat on the screen.
Is it just me, or on the stream, did it look like my camera was switching back and forth between my on-hold screen?
Yeah, it was because I was adjusting your positioning for sure.
Oh.
Okay, so I need to fix the chat real quick. Somehow, when I refreshed Roll20, it switched screens. Yes, there we go. Okay. Sorry about that, audience and players, and a little techie-wecky switchy-rooney doonies. All right, so welcome to Bane of the Ancients D&D. We are Season 7, Session 17. I hope that's right, because that's what I put. I am Gats. I am the GM tonight. And who be we playing with this evening?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I will be playing Rune, the manling barbarian, this evening. We'll see how it goes.
And I'm Shuck, playing the cleric and astral elf ? Belanos.
I am J. Crew. I will be playing Miki, the half-drow bard, and most dashing gentleman in the world.
Oh.
And hey everybody, it's me, Two Hands, Disney Lumberjack himself, playing Shaska Atosa, the Disney Snake himself.
Whee.
Thanks.
Alrighty, I'm gonna refresh Roll20 on my management screen here. In the meantime, my question I always ask you guys, where did we start last session? I think we started...
Prosta walked in the door, Crinkwater knows of the smell of death in
Now,
the room.
comically,
That's
we
where we
started.
ended.
We started in the conference room,
We started in the conference room,
and we also ended.
In the conference room.
I recall it was... Everyone was in the
me
conference
crashing
room, and then
into
Miki had just gone into the void.
Correct.
And Belanos was playing with his laptop that he found. AKA not a holocron.
Not a cron.
Yeah,
Here's
not a cron.
bad laptop.
And Shashka, you
And Rune went
two-
off to talk with gnome lady.
Oh, that's right.
Aramloth.
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 Yes. Okay, I
And-
remember now. I can
Yeah.
run through it. All right. Cool. So, Shashka and Brune left the conference room that you all are in to go speak with Aramloth about some dealings. You guys came to the agreement that let's have Shashka prepare a few samples of venom and anti-venom and some vials. She'll cover the cost of the vials. Don't worry about it. And in exchange, Aramloth is going to give you guys some samples of different herbs and teas and mushrooms to try out with some labels. And in the spirit of strengthening the relationship, the party agreed to take Aramloth's little niece with them on their adventures here. Her name is Omnidols, who now joined the party and is now sitting in the conference room with all of this chaos. Besides that, you guys did head back down after kind of cleaning up a bit. While you were up there talking, Miki was having a very intense trip in this kind of dark, mushy world and rolled such high rolls he kind of broke through a certain area into a certain... It's like a very special area in this mushy world. There may or may not have already been some planar tears in the room that you guys were in that may or may not have resulted in a squid cat popping up in your room, but Miki went down there. While he was jumping around, he ran into an interesting character. Another drow jumped in after him, whose eyes change color depending on their mood. And they had some interesting conversations about slavery and freedom and gods and all that kind of stuff. Ultimately, Miki seemed pretty into this guy, and he said, "Yeah, if you wanna join the my organization here," which I'm trying to scroll to his actual name, but it's being really slow. I think it's like Veyron, but I'm trying to get there to confirm it.
Yes.
Yes, it is not only Veyron, it's Veyron the Masked Lord.
I mean,
just Veyron.
Yeah, it's Veyron.
Not Birdman.
Not Birdman, nope. So yeah, Veyron and you talked about, his order and what they're all about. Talked about how your mom and for your dad your dad for a bit as well were part of his organization. And, if you want to learn more, grab your buddy Belanos, head to a library, and he'll teach you. And then at that point, if you are interested, you'll figure out how to connect. You expressed a lot of interest in his cool eyes, so he changed your right eye so that it would actually change colors just like his, because he can do that because he's a god. And after all that, you ended up floating into the depths of this spiritual, mushy, black, voidy world. Saw some very trippy, wonderful sights, and you were kind of drowning in the river of light until Veyron gave you a nice little boost up towards your buddy Genko. Genko told Miki, "Hey, yeah, we need to meet because your eyes. Wow, okay, yeah, your eyes getting real intense. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fix that left eye. But you're now infected in your right eye with these other weird dark little critters. Really need to get those out. Your eyes are gonna hurt around the light. Tell me where you are so I can get some meds to you. Otherwise, you're gonna go blind. Probably lose both your eyes." And Miki was like, shit. I'm somewhere on Prosperity Way with pigs. And he's like, "Oh, okay. Okay." And that was about how that went. But Miki came back too, eventually. But while all that was happening, Belanos was having his own experience in the conference room. He ended up asking the holocron with the hologram / illusion of this wizard mind flayer, learned a little bit about the mind flayer, a little bit more about some kind of ominous clues that this mind flayer knows who Belanos' master truly is, but was unwilling to answer that question without the proper key. Then learned, there's a way that Belanos could commune more directly with this holocron if he so choose to do so. And Belanos said, "Yeah, what?" And he's like, "Yeah, there's a procedure, kind of more of an operation we could do." Belanos is like, "Will it hurt?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna hurt." Jesus. And Belanos said, "Yeah, let's do it." So his little squib buddy, kind of a botched mind flayer transformation, bit a bunch of holes into the crystallized mind flayer skull, the skull of the hologram, as it had explained before, until it found this strange little fleshy orb egg thing. They once again asked for final consent, Squib looking up at Belanos for reassurance, and Belanos said, "Yeah, it's okay, buddy. We're going to do it. It's going to be good. Just go ahead and do what the hologram tells you." And Squib went ahead and chewed a hole in the back of Belanos' skull and shoved this into the back of his head. Belanos then woke up inside a kind of sphere filled with some sweet, viscous, sticky fluid, almost like honey, might even be honey, and then broke out naked to see himself across the room, still in the chair, his head getting hollowed out by Squib. Unsure how much time had passed, but you could almost hear the faint whistling of wind on the hollow of the back of his skull. Belanos had to process this for a bit, went and took a bath in some cold water that was already dirty, hung out with Squib, And then the party started to reconvene one by one. Shashka coming in. What the fuck? Okay. And Belanos, a little low on patience. Just barely described to Shashka, like, I don't exactly know. We're fine. I think it's fine. Just give me a minute here. And Belanos then, moved to the other tub to soak for a bit while Shashka went over and took the clothes and gear off of Belanos's body that is over on the ground, and then fed it to the snake cat squid on the floor, who eagerly shoveled that thing into its being after it dislocated its jaw, distended, and tugged it in with its little cat paws. Shashka then kind of concealed the cat creature in the corner. After that, they had a little bit of like, you okay, bud? You okay, bud? And then Rune showed up with Omnidolls, who was like, hey, what's going on? And you all started talking about, okay, what are we going to do here? This is Omnidolls. They're following us now, no worries. And then Miki woke up and started spewing about his adventure a little bit. His eyes starting to change colors.
An RGB eye.
He's got RGB eyes now.
Oh no, he's got RGB eyes.
And shortly after, you're just kind of sharing a little bit of what happened, not all the details at this point. Brasta knocked on the door and entered your little conference room. Now, I know there were definitely some details I glossed over there. Anything else you want to throw in for the recap? I hear silence.
I mean, Rune has a honey Chorito basketball.
Yeah, like that little stuff we don't need to get into. But
It's important. Nah.
No, I'm good. That's good.
Yeah, it's solid.
Zoom out a little bit. Zoom in a little bit. So, Brasta has appeared in this conference room that you have rented in the basement of the Golden Cup out in the Redwood Forest in the small town of Nova. She is the village elder, as you all know, and basically manages the town and all major and or secretive decisions. You've also established that she was at least once upon a time part of a secretive order of kind of trailblazers, you could call it. Dwarves who went out and helped people get from point A to point B. Also a very secretive lot. Perhaps maybe some thievery involved. Who knows? Definitely information exchange. So, Belanos is now dressed in the corner. His body is feeling strange, different, a little squirmy, as it were. Miki, you're sitting on the table like crisscross applesauce with Cass in your lap.
But I would like to switch that up when we're open.
Yep. Omnidolls is Omnidolls is still standing on their chair so that they can see around just fine. Brasta sitting in a chair, Rune sitting in a chair, Shashka sitting across from Brasta over on the far side. Sticky puddle still there. And the big cat snake thing kind of quietly purring in the corner under a chair fort with furs. So
Very good. Oh, yes, Binky.
Just a low-grade hum over the proceedings.
Yep, just
Are we under a power line? What's
Damn, dude, it's different out here.
It's great.
so Brasta stepped in, and I'm having a bit of latency on my end. I did not restart my computer before this. So,
all right.
Yeah, there we go. Anything you guys want to jump out with before Brasta says anything? She's just kind of sat down and looked around the room at this point.
No.
Miki's gonna get up
Oh.
and Omnidolls, your hand. He's gonna reach his hand out for Omnidolls, and he's gonna lead her to the other side of the table next to Shaska. And he's gonna... You're here to learn from us?
I think so.
Okay. Well, you should probably learn how to do a business dealing, so come and sit.
Okay.
And take her
ping-
over to this
ping-
chair here.
ping where you want it. Right there? Okay.
Yeah.
So she just kind of hops up onto the table and walks across it to the chair there.
Well, clunk, clunk, clunk.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna move myself over, kind of in this chair, but I'm gonna sit back with my legs popped up on the table,
Okay.
with green in my eye.
Alrighty. And for everyone's reminder, what does green mean?
That is interest, inquiry, puzzlement, curiosity.
Mm-hmm. And Chasky, you're speaking up there.
Yeah, I was gonna like make an aside to Omnidos. It's not polite to put your feet on the table. Try walking around it next time, maybe. Just something low key. Not
That
too
seemed-
forward.
Gosh, Dad.
That seems inefficient.
Sometimes the straightest path is not always the most correct.
Just,
Yak also has his feet on the table.
Yeah, there's no fixing that creature.
There's no fixing him! God damn!
And then Belanos, you're kind of
With
at the
love.
head of the table here with your squibby bibby, like kind of squirming around in your robes at this point. Anything in particular you want to do before this hits off?
No, honestly, I think Belanos is a little bit checked out, like kind of just staring down the table.
He's been through a lot.
Had a hard day.
Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. And Rune, you're sticking?
Yeah.
Okay.
In more ways than one.
Got it. Great.
Thank you for coming, Rasta. I apologize that we couldn't see you sooner. We had some very important matters to attend to with a couple of the folk in the town, but I'm sure you can understand. But I also know that your time is valuable as well. So welcome, and thanks for meeting us.
Indeed. I've been very busy as well, as I'm sure you know. I'm glad we made this work. So, before I begin, is there anything you'd like to check in about?
There will be time for our part of the discussion. I think one of the things that's on all of our minds is the matter that we talked about last time we saw regarding Thorgar. I imagine you might want to start with that, perhaps, before we talk about anything else. Would I be assuming correct?
Yes.
It'd be good to get that out of the way early.
Omnidos, for you and everyone else in this room, Thorgar was never here. Thorgar was never found. Thorgar was not found. If anything, it was an old tired drunk that you found on the road and brought home. Are we all in agreement?
Not the first secret that I've ever kept, believe it or not. I look for a chuckle. Do I get anything?
No.
No.
And who's to say where old tired drunks are wandering off to nowadays?
Usually the roads.
Indeed. Never been good with names myself.
And you? Looking at Miki.
I am trying to practice in the tongue holding ceremonies. And I know there are times that you should not ask questions, and this is definitely one of those times. But
I will tell you everything you need to know about the situation, but first I need to
Okay.
understand your discretion.
yes, I understand that. I just want to know why.
Perhaps that will come with the explanation.
That's why I was holding my tongue. I'm
Mm.
learning from you,
see.
Shoska.
Belanos?
Belanos just nods.
Omnidos, do you understand that what we're talking about in this room stays in this room? And any mention of any Old dwarves are to be forgotten or not spread around. Man, Tony's struggling today.
Yeah.
I rolled. There we go. Okay. Basically, it's all you get from her. The old dwarf that you found is being moved to Haladur through secure channels. We thank you for finding them and bringing them home. We will take care of the rest. As a reward, and a thank you for doing this, we have decided as a community, as a price on the discretion, we will give you one of our most secure lockboxes here in Nova, as well as a key that goes to it. There's only one key. If you lose it, the lockbox will not be able to be entered except by force. Does this make sense? Is this agreeable? I assure you this lockbox was not cheap to manufacture, and it is extraordinarily secure.
I have yet to see any of these lockboxes. Would you be willing to explain its nature, its size?
Yes. The nature is, you'll see a stone wall. Under the designated sign, the rune, which matches the head of this key, you will insert this key into the wall. After that, it will open up into a room. In that room, you may store whatever you'd like. We will not look unless you ask us to and provide the key yourself.
And no questions asked.
Exactly.
Bryn's looking at the party like, oh, that's pretty good. We're
You
pretty
could-
shady.
You could fill it with dead
She's like,
bodies, and I wouldn't
bodies.
mind. That's what she just said.
Yeah. Wouldn't be looking to bring that sort of trouble to your town anyways. And the lockbox, stone wall. Sounds like it's here in Nova or somewhere nearby.
I'll show you where the lockbox is, of course. You will need to get my permission to get to it, but I will not look at what you put inside.
Of course.
It's as
So the
close of a
lockbox
thing
is
to a bank that we
predicated on
can
your
do
schedule?
out here.
We did kind of ask for a bank, so that's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
It's the closest thing to a bank out here. Access, yes. If it's urgent, make it known. But, yes, it may require a few hours to get a hold of me, depending on what's going on.
And heaven forbid, what happens if something happens to you? What about I
can
deal with that?
Speak with Zuri. He's also one of the elders here. He's informed of the situation, though it is not under his duty to allow access to the lockboxes. That is for the eldest elder. If I should pass, there will be a new one elected. We keep records, and if you have the key, we don't ask. That is the other piece of this gift. Don't lose the key. There's only one. They're extremely expensive to make, and shy of destroying the entire vault that would be for this lockbox, we don't really have another way of rebuilding it. It's a magically sealed vault, you see, and a magic key.
Even with the prestidigitation spell, you couldn't recreate it.
No.
It's a runically sealed key? Hypothetically, I don't know magic that well.
She pulls out a key after she kind of digs in her pocket for a bit and puts it on the table, like right in the middle. And you can see this. It looks like it's made of stone. And the teeth of the key keep shifting.
Oh.
And shifting.
Oh,
Does
now
this
that's
make
a precious one.
more sense now?
Aye. And Who would know that we'd be having this key?
Me?
And Zuri. Yeah?
Zuri knows that I'm giving the key to someone.
It's nodding.
He may connect the dots. He's not a stupid man.
Your discretion there is appreciated.
The fewer people know that you have a lockbox, the less likely chance someone will kill you for the key.
Aye. Well, less likely they'd be trying.
Speaking
So what,
of,
Ollie?
I'm sure you might have heard the rumor that's gone around that there's a certain set of these keys missing. If you should see a ring with more than one of these attached to it, investigate. If you can, maybe even retrieve it and bring it to any authority in Haladur. If you do, you will be rewarded handsomely.
So, clarification. Halidor, is that the region, or is that a town? Or is that just kind of like the region of cities?
Haladur is our capital,
Me too.
Ah.
biggest city. We are all under the province of Haladur, the entire Bound Mound, up until you reach the Northern Trade Road, down until you reach the Soundlands, east until you reach Everend, and west until you reach the shore patrolled by elves.
So, clarification, just for me as a player.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the Stormcloaks in Skyrim, how they control kind of like the east side of the map, and the other people, the Imperials, control like the west side of the Skyrim map, and they're like warring how it's like they're all under the kingdom of the Stormcloaks, but they all have like their own like kind of cities in there, but they all report to the Stormcloaks.
Pretty comparable. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not
And then you've got,
not a one-to-one, but yeah, there's all sorts
a
of different
main keep,
factions.
which is like Solitude, and then you've got like Outposts, which would probably be Nova, and then smaller towns like
Rorikstead.
Fulgrand, Kilgrand. I can't remember. That would be like
Kivrand Kivran's a decently sized town.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
a small city. Anyways.
Curious about your missing keys. So, if one key per lockbox is the standard, then you're looking for keys for several lockboxes, is that correct? Or are these special keys to a special lockbox?
I cannot tell you what these keys open. But I can tell you, whoever has taken them does not know what they're doing. And doesn't know what those keys protect.
Do you have any leads? Any ideas of who it might be?
The keys were stolen from Haladur. They're probably close.
The capital of, like, the capital Halidor, or like the region Halidor?
The capital.
Okay.
We tend to refer to the region as the Bound Mound.
Oh, okay.
So,
They were stolen from Halidor. Do their contents reside in Halidor, or are you expecting company?
I don't know how the keys were stolen nor who did it. Otherwise, I would tell you. All I know is that they're gone, and that this is an opportunity to show you what the keys look like. If you happen to be lucky enough or unlucky enough to encounter a ring with more than one, you should be suspicious. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more.
Common? Do lots of people have like a lockbox that has this kind of key?
The only people who know how to make this kind of key are from this order, and she holds up her pendant.
Mm.
What does her pendant look like again?
I think it was a morning star behind a fur-lined hiking boot.
Ah, okay.
And it's on like a silvery pendant. Actually, I think I have a picture even, now that I think about it.
I have heard a rumor in the Golden Cup that Brosta was fussing over some lost keys. Would these be those keys?
Yes.
I see.
It is distressing to me that they're gone.
And so I assume the keys are for lockboxes nearby, seeing as I assume you are the one that gives out these keys, or are there other members of your order that give them out as well?
The keys are not solely for lockboxes. The keys
Hypothetical.
open things. That's all I can say.
I see.
Ideally, if you find them, it won't be a question of what they open. It will be a question of how quickly you can turn them in.
Hmm.
Anyways, that's
Was
not the main
Thorgar
point.
ever part of your order that you're aware of?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
And how long has your order been around?
Since the gods decided as such. Since before the annals. At least of our annals. But I'm no longer a part of the order, though I do respect them, and they respect me. I have fond memories. I owe them, and they owe me. Retired is a good word. Anyways, if you see multiple keys, make note, investigate carefully if you can. And if you find them and are able to retrieve them, you will be rewarded. We have some other business to discuss, though. The bandits. The human ones. And she pulls
I
out
believe
the ID again. Yep.
The Hillbreaker Brigade.
And she puts not only... So there's the key sitting on the table in front of her. She puts the ID and a copy of the ID. It's not like oh, that's the original. It's obviously a copy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It'd be like if you scanned it on a fax machine. It's just black ink, the details.
Sure.
We mixed this details in the story you told us with the investigation. Wow, weird. The investigation we already had ongoing, and the pieces seem to suggest that these folk have been responsible for dozens of events of murders over the last 3 years. It seems their MO is to catch people off guard traveling with goods, typically on the road or camping near it, convince them to drop their arms, and then strike. Unfortunately, we went to the site that you described, and we saw the cut ropes where you must have hung them, but there were no bodies. We don't know what took them, but they were cut by at least a semi-sharp blade, not a claw or a hook or a bear. You said a few of them got away?
Only a couple.
Yes. We tried hunting them down, but they outran us in the forest. They obviously knew the territory pretty well. I believe it was 2 or 3 archers. Low rank in the order.
Likely them who took it down, then.
It's quite possible. But their leaders, their muscle, their mage, all dead.
It's good that they're dead. It's too bad we don't have their bodies, or at least their heads.
We do.
Where? You have their heads?
I have his head.
Yeah, didn't ask questions on that one, but his intuition hasn't been off so far.
I figured it might be worth something to someone.
We
I'm glad to
stashed it
figure that
in,
it was correct.
Stashed it in some of the cargo. We can be getting it for you if you want to look.
I would have laced it in honey to preserve it or dry it out with the salts that we had from the battle mage himself. So
Okay.
like it would just be in a box in the cart.
Don't want to
So-
talk about how he prepared it, but, it's not for me to be judging.
If Squib only knew. Actually,
Squib jostles.
just gonna do one roll for Squibby here. Nah, Squib's not paying attention.
I
You
mean,
guys'
when
brains.
we did it, Chaska had it with him. So
Oh, yeah.
like
It's
Yeah.
more of
this
does
is a while
Squib,
ago.
does Squib realize that there's a honey head in a box of a human? That's no. Squib is not aware. Otherwise, Squib would be like, "Protector, can we go get it? I want the honey man's head." Like that would be happening.
Gotcha.
anyways,
The leader. The one in charge.
Arden Capelli was his name.
as it says here. So,
I asked if those were his last words. And they were.
this is something bigger than Nova. This
is.
investigation will go down to at least Kivrant. I suspect that they will deal with the communication with Everend about their citizens attacking ours. It would be ideal for their investigation if I had that head and the original document and provided you with the copy. Though, you have rights to these pieces, so I will not take them from you.
Well, given their importance, how much are they worth to you?
I wouldn't like to put a gold price on this.
Nah.
I want to know
This
your
is-
own interest. If you take these, I suspect you'll use them to investigate yourselves. But if you leave them with me, you can be sure they will be compiled into our evidence we've already collected.
Let's talk about the benefits of working together. You
Exactly.
see,
We should
already
talk
have a
about the
case.
stone.
Big nod from Rune right now, like thumbs up on the table, Shaska.
yes, the stone. The stone, the head, the badge of Everend. All of these are physical manifestations of the benefit of having us around. All of these things are either products of our time spent in Nova or ideations of better things to come. More prosperous trade, stronger allies in uncertain times.
Safer roads.
I agree with that. You know, at least in my humble opinion, I think that all of that, plus this job for the stone you're wanting, I think we could all settle with some titles and land.
You want land around Nova?
And titles?
What did you have in mind? She's very, very curious.
This is my rock.
I didn't think I'd get this far.
At a game,
Ah.
maybe consider a place to call home and titles to that home.
Ooh. So we know that they have a ruling council. We know that they have ties to what almost sounds like kind of a local mayor. We could try and talk about basically being vetted in some capacity, right? We're going to be doing business in this region. We know she has
Investigating
connections.
like deputies.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
we could ask what does that look like? You know, people who are in the know, people who are trusted.
I can give you a letter to bring down to the leaders of Kivrant. If you get them to sign it with my approval and my supporting letter, they would be the one to give you a more impressive authority. Of course, my reach is only that of Nova. And she just kind of like, I'm afraid there's not much I can do here besides a room, some food, board.
I think
No one really owns the land out here.
maybe this is a bit overzealous, but maybe deputizing me and my friends here. On top of that, I want humbly. I would like how would I word this? I think it should be brought to a vote, but a shot at a seat on the council for Shaska. Seeing as we are going to be doing plenty of business through this area, we want strong ties to the area, and I think that him in a leading position would help benefit all of us.
You
Us.
ask for quite a bit, Mickey. Perhaps we should consider a position of a trusted ally that can be relied on for support and, more importantly, an investment into the growth and the security of the council. You yourself are a veteran, yet a respected elder. Even though you're not with the council anymore, they look to you for support and for guidance, and you carry more than a modicum of respect. I, too, want to be a part of something greater, and the folks that I travel with, the folks that trust their lives and their livelihood with me, I think deserve a shot at the same. And while my half-drow friend has great intentions and has quite the trust in me, I'm flattered, Mickey. Perhaps maybe something smaller to start with, but he certainly lays out my intentions of joining things that are more important and make more of a difference in these lands.
Shashka, Mickey, all of you. Why would you want to set your roots in Nova, of all places? We're on the border of Everend. We're outside the proper bound mound. We don't have much to offer besides the best boar and swine meat you can find.
Peace, tranquility, and really weird shit happens here.
Okay. Shashka?
Accessibility. What
Somewhere
I see,
you
Nova,
can slip in and out of.
I see a means to many ends and a way out of all of them.
Just kind of nods.
She gets it.
And you've cups made of bacon. Never seen that before.
You know, if
Food and
something
drink
got
is never far.
if something got that drastic, you might have to change your identities when you left.
Oh, we've ways around that too. Don't you be worrying. Wait, the trickster.
No one is infallible.
Pops up.
Can I get
I-
insight on her body language? See kind of just with all of what I was saying, just kind of get a vibe check of
Yeah,
where her body kind of is reading.
I'd be happy to, and she
What's
will
Omnidol's
clarify
name?
your question. But Omnidol's is piping up. I shall not change my name. It is my name.
Oh, and we're not asking you to.
Good. I just look at her and say good. Just,
To clarify,
that's a start.
there's no way I could put any of you on the council, for you have to be a dwarf. Secondly, I could probably get you a seat. As a guest, a speaker, a presenter, an ally. And if we wanted to do some type of formal written agreement, we can do so. Though I remind you, relationships go both ways. We give,
They do.
you give. You take, we take.
As is such the way of the world.
And Miki's gonna shoot a glance at Rune real quick and just kind of offshoot-handedly say something like, and as you've already noticed with the great deeds we've done,
True enough there. We, don't know if you were aware of this much, but we've been doing some more killing in the region. We stopped a pair of wereboar, or at least that's what I was told by,
It was 3, actually.
That's true. There were 3.
The dragon helped us with the 3rd, but we at least take half credit.
We could have handled it. Anyways, we found they were trying to break into that observatory. Don't know what exactly they were after. Maybe it was us, but sure in the halfling.
Lavoy was lucky that we were there.
Aye. Nasty creatures they are. Do you run into them often around this region? Wereboar, I mean. I hear it's a nasty curse.
There are all sorts of curses in the Bound Mound in relation to the moon. Werebore are not the only type of curse you will run into in these lands. Typically, they're smart enough to stay away. I see why they waited until they were at the observatory to strike. Putting the clues together, though, I suspect they were avenging their friends.
They did a poor job of it. But if you've got creatures of this nature you handle around these parts often, what kinds of armaments, weapons do you have for dealing with these otherworldly or moon-cursed creatures, as you be calling them?
When we need to do such a hunt, we find ourselves silvered weapons. The occasional magic weapon will do as well. There's also other ways of taking care of these things. Usually, some of the most effective is to poison and bait, and poison and trap. You'd be amazed. Sometimes we catch some of these things alive and controllable. And given some of the folk around here coming through, they don't mind taking it off our hands.
There's just a small chuckle from Rune. But focusing on business. Believe we left off talking about what to be doing about those humans we slayed. There are a couple left. We can be keeping an eye out for them. But it sounds like we helped solve what a thorn in your side for these past few years. At least a good portion of it.
Indeed.
Now, don't be speaking for me, group. But saying me own piece, I don't have any use for those paperwork, and if this job lines up, and depending on what we can be working out, Brosta, we might be wanting to be heading towards the bigger cities anyways. You
We are
mentioned you'd want to
heading towards the bigger cities.
Yeah. You, if you're wanting to transport those papers, get them to somebody official, we might already be on the way. We will already be on the way.
That's convenient. Which does bring me to the next piece of business. The stone. We're at the stage and rebuilding your wagon to where I need to know if you're interested in the job. I've spoken with the elders, and we've come to some terms that everyone agrees on. We also decided that we would like to share some of the complications with this operation with your group. Are you still interested?
For the right price.
She looks to each of you this time. This is a dangerous one.
Feels like home. What about you, Belanos? In for a bit of danger? Well, I doubt we'll find anything half as dangerous as you. But maybe if we really try.
I think
The
Belanos
road
actually
is filled with dangers.
Belanos actually cracks a little bit of a smile at that and just
Yeah, big ol' wink from Rune.
nods. Like we've faced plenty of danger. I don't fear anymore.
Shit.
Oh.
Yeah, Rune probably
Belanos.
reflexively looks back at the honey spill and then just gives you kind of a nod.
Bro.
The most dangerous of things, honey.
And then she looks over to you, Miki.
Mm-hmm.
Right price. You have one in mind? I recall Shashka's initial offer.
Money. Interesting. Bartering. Interesting. But you and I probably both know this well. I'm not looking to make the offer, but I'm looking to, what would you say it's worth to you? You know, I'm speaking a bit for the group here. Not my place normally, as Shaska, our brave leader. We want you to need us for this job. We don't want to just be the people who just so happen to have a very large beast of burden, a badass cart that you helped us trick out. You need us because of those things, not because you want us. So you tell me what it's worth to you.
We don't need you. We're patient. We've been sitting on this rock for hundreds of years. This seemed like a convenient opportunity and a win-win for all. I can also say we are a small town, and although we do sell a lot of boar, by the time the gold gets back here, well, you've seen the town. So, I will entertain offers. I have written Shashka's initial offer. I have written out what the consul feels comfortable with as well. Rune?
So, go ahead. Unless you wanted to jump in, Rune. I didn't want to talk over you.
Now, we're practical folk. We're going to be on the road. Coin only goes so far for me. And that's what I can be speaking to, is the way that I be seeing this deal. Before I get into some of my own thoughts here, I'd be interested. You already spoke with the council. It'd be good to know where they're sitting before I bring forward what I have in mind. Don't want to be looking like a darn fool.
If you're all still interested, we will share the details of the work and agree on a rate before we continue. That's where we're at with the council.
We're all interested.
Good.
And while Mickey has expressed his desire for us to be your need, I understand that folk who live longer than me have more patience than me. And sometimes that patience is learned. So yes, we would like to hear that offer.
Before I get into...
Not offer, but the details.
The details, yeah. Perfect. So, you want to hear the details? We have a rather large stone in a mine. It's about 3 hours north of here, just off of Prosperity. It's a gated mine with an open loading area. We could quite easily get the wagon in there. It would take us a bit of time to load it and secure it, and then leave. Unfortunately, about a day away, northwest, there is a greenskin camp. They have been monitoring and watching our mine for months now. Somehow they caught wind that there was something in there worth getting. In addition to that, we also learned they have some torp of flying creatures supporting them. We don't know what it is exactly.
See the wildest look on Rune's face?
As we haven't gotten a good look at it. It's been long known that this abandoned mine they've taken refuge in used to be home to some strange goblin bat-like creatures. Though people suggest it might be that they had made a truce between them, these goblin bat-like creatures have been known to prey on goblins, so that doesn't make sense. In addition to that, the way it was described against the silhouette of the moon, I think it might have been a bit bigger of a monster.
Like a large drake? Like that size?
Yes.
Oh.
Something around the size of a fully grown wyvern, perhaps. Now, there are several metal-eating species roaming the bound mound. We have many mines. Yes. There are many creatures, but we can all just be thankful that it wasn't a Malmborn. Malmborn. Otherwise, we would need the king's aid.
How do you...
Roll a history check, Rune, because you might have heard of the Malbjorn.
Can do. I really want to know what a Malbjorn is.
It's a... Honestly, you just feel like you the shivers go up. It's like a spooky bedtime story to dwarflings. So you get this... You don't remember, like, just that shiver goes up your spine.
I use my inspiration down the road. We'll see.
If you want to use it now, you can. It's up to you.
This is important. To ruin silly things. All right, try it again. It was meant to be. I was actually really
You
interested
tried
to
really
stream.
hard to remember, and then you shiver even harder. You got
Oh, I'm really-
6
The
twice.
chili,
Bro.
the chili
You're
willies.
super chilly willified. I'm
Oh,
sorry
heck.
that consumed your inspiration.
No,
Engage.
that was honestly pretty great.
So you,
The
so
chilly
Rune,
willies.
you like really stiff and uncomfortable, and your feet are feeling cold, and your palms are sweating a little
Yeah.
bit. You're like, oh god, it's the boogeyman.
Yeah, Rune just like, I visibly jostled, shooketh.
Now, Rune, did somebody ask what that was, or is it just Rune freaking out in the corner? Rune, do you ask what it is? Does anybody ask what it is? It's fine if you
After
don't.
we see Rune freaking out, Shaska would ask.
That's good.
Okay. It's a great bear, big as a hill.
Bear?
A bear filled with spines on its back, made of metal. It'll kill any drake and can hold its own against dragons. It's every
Just need
dwarf's
to
nightmare,
die.
and all it does is eat metal, and anything inside or around the metal. One of these bears can take out an entire mine if it can get inside. Thankfully, there aren't very many left.
It's only a little bear, you know. It can't be that bad. They're really cute.
I assure you the bear is not little.
She said it was bigger as a hill.
But the bears they're really cute. I like bears.
Hmm.
She
And
just
what
looks
is
like
its relations with normal bears?
disgusted. Sorry, Belanos, what?
I was asking if anyone is anyone else picturing the rune bears from Elden Ring?
Yeah,
That's exactly what I'm thinking of.
watch out, Lucky.
But like, also crossed with cyberpunk.
No.
I'm thinking of the
Or the metal bear from the
Metal Bear
Love,
Saw.
Death, Robot show.
Oh
Ima-
yeah.
Imagine one of those Elden Ring bears, and then also like a porcupine of metal, and then
Ugh.
also bigger than a dragon.
No, thank you.
yikes.
The CR is definitely in the doubles, so
I'm gonna hit decline.
So we're lucky it was not one of those.
Aye. Sure, there wouldn't be much of a job if there was.
Based on
Or-
their activity, we can tell they're just keeping an eye on our mine, waiting for us to do something big. They have scouts constantly around. It's been reported this flying monster going over at night, sometimes during the day. Nobody usually gets a good look at it. It just kind of hovers right above the tree line, getting a peek.
Wait, these are goblins?
Greenskins.
No.
Greenskins.
orcs.
Yeah, probably at the same time.
Oh,
Greenskins.
Goblins,
I was gonna say,
orcs.
if they were goblins, the goblins themselves, they only live for like 30 years, and if you're like talking like some of those goblins that might not even know like why they're there.
But they fuck like rabbits.
Like I've mentioned, these goblins have only been here a few months. It's an unfortunate timing.
Oh.
But
Do you know how many? Their score. What can you tell us about the camp?
at least a score. Maybe more, maybe less. We can only see what we can see from the outside of the camp. We don't want to do anything aerial and alert their winged creatures. I've even asked Lavoy to keep his falcon home.
To keep his falcon home?
Not send his falcon out to their camp.
I see.
Ooh.
Question. What sightings has Lavoy seen of this creature, or have we not utilized his skills in this endeavor?
He has grabbed a few glimpses of wings against silhouette moonlight, but they've been flying low. His primary duty is to watch for bigger things, bigger threats. One of these creatures, based on the size and the fact that it's allied with goblins and orcs and whatever else is in that camp, is not really a threat to Nova proper. But a caravan on the road next to the mine, that is another thing. So, regardless of when eventually we will need to deal with these greenskins if we are to extract this stone. If we do use your wagon, we're hopeful that the reinforcements will keep the wagon strong from here or from the mine until Nova. Again, only about 3 hours, maybe shorter if your beast is feeling fresh. The loading process, though, will take time. During that time, we expect to be harried and attacked by the greenskins and likely their flying support.
Are you
So-
talking days or weeks?
Hopefully hours.
Oh, thank God.
I have a question for you.
Hmm.
Do you have any spare carriages?
No. We have everything typically in use. That's anything close to us what we would need to move that thing.
And what about at the mine?
At the mine, we can get this stone to the entrance.
I'm not talking anything that's fit to carry such a quarry. I'm talking about anything that would prove as a suitable distraction.
Unfortunately, no. We could build something, but we had not thought of using a distraction in that sense.
So this really fucking wry smile just like
Mhm.
starts creeping up on Shaska's face. Not all carriages play the victim. Some
Hello.
of the bait.
That might be a good addition to whatever happens, whatever we do. So far, we'd come up with 3 approaches. One would be to just get in and out as fast as we can and defend as well as we can. We don't suspect they'll last long once we get here to Nova. Another is, like you mentioned, a distraction, though we were thinking something along the lines of an assault on their camp, rather than a decoy caravan. And then, of course, if we could, wipe them out before it happens. I think another layer of distraction might work with any of these plans.
Yes. And an assault is always easier when the air support has been plucked from the sky. Say,
No.
I saw Soba sporting quite the finely crafted crossbow. Composite wood, an extra bend on the bowed wood. A magnificent piece of construction. Was that made here? Do you recall?
I don't know where Soba got his bow.
Perhaps we should ask him, because I have heard of contraptions of that nature designed specifically to pluck beasts like you speak from the air.
Oh, the really big ones.
Just to clarify, by the way, it was not a composite crossbow, it was a composite longbow. Just so she knows.
I thought it was a crossbow.
It's a sick ass longbow.
The whole
Same
point of
principle,
it's the same principle with the energy, but the point is he has those arms.
Yeah, dude.
There's a DC to pull his bow.
That's awesome. Now, don't know how to be making one myself, but war machines of sorts. I do remember hearing about them. Long time ago. Big things. Pluck creatures out of the sky.
Yes.
Don't know if we have anyone with the expertise to be making one of those around here, though.
No.
Do we?
No, we do not, nor do we have the facilities to make such a device. We could do something bushcraft similar, but...
Nah.
And that would be a great deal of money, and surely shipping something like that to Nova would bring some attention as well.
More than a little. What
Which
about
is
a
why-
counter ambush?
There's many ways that we can go about it, and I'm interested to hear what they have come up with already, and we can always plan for alternatives later. And that's the why that we cooperate on these things, is so that we can add our life experiences. And I just look at Miki and kind of motion to myself to the current mix of experience already here. You know, look at Belanos, you know, and he's quite a smart one as well. And then gesture to, you know, Brosta and Rune as like the dwarves representation here.
No.
All survived out in the woods for several days and faced many dangers. Are any of you skilled at surveillance or scouting?
That is where I come in.
I'm trying not to look at you.
Now, this is all saying that we can come to a great price, though. You know, I'm sure we're interested, and I know Rune there would love to get his hands on that big beastie.
Before you go on, Minky, I can tell you there is a cap on how much we pay for scouting. It's a standard rate here at Nova. 2 gold a day for scout work.
I wasn't
That is-
talking about scouting, I was talking about for the job in general of getting rid of them bitches.
Let's just hear her out.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting to, Mickey, is our calculations include scouting as part of the deal.
Okay.
We would pay you for guarding, for transport, pay you for use of your vehicle, as well as scouting. That is just for extracting this rock and getting it down to Haladur. There are other things we can mix into the deal, but thankfully for each of those 4 duties, we have standard price that we're able to and willing to pay.
And what is the council's view and all that added up for a daily pay?
Stretching it to the extreme, marking you as highly skilled and experienced. 2 gold a day for guarding, 2 gold a day for transport, 2 silver a mile for use of your vehicle, 2 gold a day for scouting. Each of you.
And assuming this would take a week, a fortnight, what are we thinking?
I would encourage you to move briskly. I don't know how fast your creature is,
Quite.
but
Right.
it's a 300-mile journey by the fastest route.
So,
And this rate is per person?
Yes, for each of you 4.
so we're thinking 80 miles a day. That's gonna be roughly 3.5 to 4 days with rest. Maybe 5 if things don't go quite well.
It also depends on if you stop in Kivrand. And we have estimates on a maximum and minimum numbers of days that this could probably take you to get there.
And
And-
what are we looking at each? Per these estimates of these.
If you were extraordinarily slow, though you risk failing this mission, and there will be consequences if that does happen, let me tell you. It should take no more than 17 days to reach Aladur. If you are brisk, you do not hurry, you do not get distracted, we think that you could make it there as quick as 110 day.
I'm
How to-
not good at math.
Out of game,
Yep.
the mileage reimbursement, is
Mhm.
that just a flat rate that we divide
That's-
between all of us? Or is that per person as well? That's what I don't...
She stated, and I'll clarify, she's negotiated to get you each that rate.
Okay.
She's basically, imagine, just GM to player, so you can imagine
Yeah.
the room. She wasn't there. Like, if Miki was still a seer, I actually would have opened with this. She lives in an extension of a bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's like looking at the church, like, what can we do here? Because this is a good opportunity. So she's talked to them, but they're like, well, the rules'em's the rules. We can technically do the max rate that we would ever pay, like some
Yeah.
super guild leader coming in here to do this, right? Pay him that rate for
Get it
each
done.
task and pay them each 1 rental fee, because I think they would document on the paper, well, that's his animal. And then his
Yep.
top rack, and then
My wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Like that kind of a we divide it up because blah 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 blah.
Exhausting.
And they like work it into the work order that they're doing already for souping the cart up, and yeah. So there's a lot of bureaucratic shit. There's like old dwarves just all day.
And,
Anyways.
Is there any pay on bounties in the region? Besides the poor. Ghostly ones.
None from
Part of the
Nova.
green skin.
Okay.
There might be soon on our friends from Everin.
So
Ah.
that's, if I'm getting correct, out of game, that is 8 gold a day for just the jobs before the mileage.
Yeah. And then you're getting 600 silver for the miles.
600
Or
so
silver.
each.
So
Yeah,
it
it's so
seems
about
like
60 gold a pop.
It's a
it's
1 to
probably
10,
gonna-
right?
end up to be like 100 to 150 gold per person just on like a median trip. So like think of that number. Don't worry, don't get lost in the details. Just
It's
think of that
honestly-
number.
That's why I'm
Close.
trying to get to that number.
It's
so.
pretty close
there-
to
there it
Shaska's
is.
proposal. It's pretty close, honestly.
No.
And you could tell she like tried to get it like up.
Yeah.
It's like theoretically almost what Shaska said. And so
Jessica's like,
I think
that's
you
not
know-
exactly for sure 500 though. Yeah,
Oh
you
my
know.
gosh.
I'm not one. I'm one to drive a pretty hard bargain, and I know your rules are your rules and your wages are your wages. But
I
we
can throw in
do not-
something.
want to drain you of your gold. But
Hmm.
what are you going to throw in?
We cannot pay you a bounty on the greenskins, but if they do have such a beast, they have to have been giving it something. You get to keep all loot from the greenskins and the cave, even if my boys pick it up. I will not encourage you to attack their camp, but if that is the route that you choose, all the goods are yours. Does this make sense? And
It
to
does.
your other notion, if you like to be bartering, we could certainly give you this much gold's worth in goods to sell down in Haladur. You wouldn't be able to spend the coin on the road, but you should be able to get more money than you would if we just gave you gold. Of course, I'm sure you know transporting goods is a lot riskier than transporting gold. Gold doesn't spoil.
Now, in regard to some things we might need, this is great pay for beforehand. Taking the job and doing everything and all that fun stuff. Now, we are in need of certain items that we've already discussed. That of being a diamond worth about 300 gold. And I believe we're all interested in maybe a silvered boar spear each before the trip. As for our own protection in case one of us were to perish, so that Belanos could attempt to bring us back into this living. The boar spear, for any of those that might be of the moon. And after the trip is done, I would like, as was mentioned earlier, the best you could do, a recommendation from you, being the proud and great leader here in Nova, a recommendation of deputization within the lands of Haladur.
I can recommend some sort of title, although I'm not sure they would want to make you a deputy to the lords at Kivrand. I have no direct communication with the authority at Haladur. Though, I'm sure one of the Kivran lords would be happy to hear you out and would be excited to have you in their town. I can certainly write a very, very convincing letter now, and an absolute letter if you pull this mission off and come back to Nova with that rock. Does this make sense?
It does. And Perhaps my ambitious friend is being just that. He strikes a hard bargain. And in reality, the spears, we would probably most benefit from maybe 2, maybe 1, if possible. I'm not sure if that's something that is on the table. And he's pretty ambitious with the titles and the requests. I'm interested in your offer regarding the letters, and we of course have to make good on our end of the deal. That much is more than expected. I am interested in these. Perhaps we can offer some more information to make this deal more fair. The diamond, we don't necessarily need to have claim to any of the loot from the green skins. If it makes it easier to add the diamond to the list of things, whether that diamond is provided here at Nova or whether that diamond is provided via means of trade down at where it might be purchased at a more reasonable price. So that is a consideration. Another thing to consider as a willing gesture of our partnership is that given our secrecy and the price of our secrecy and discretion in the Thorgar matter, do you know of Stecha of... Oh god, what is that
Black
band?
Lotus?
Obsidian.
Obsidian.
Stecha of Obsidian. Does his name ring any bells?
Loose.
We spoke with Stecha. Thoroughly.
And did he promise you?
No. But we didn't tell him much. Unfortunately, before we quite realized who Thorgar was, Stecha and Thorgar spent a great deal of hours together.
Stecha knows much. Possibly more than we do about Thorgar's heritage. Given the fairness that you have shown us, and the trust that you, I hope, wish to place in us, it's only fair that I tell you that. I didn't have to.
She's nodding.
Out of character, really quick, something we can leverage is we know where
Yeah, we know where
Stecha
Stecha is.
we know where he's gonna be, and we can just kind of take care
You want
of
me to
that
go there,
for
Giacomo?
ya.
Oh, yeah, go there.
I am sure that
Tie things up.
we could find him again. We certainly found his friends pretty easy.
I did like him, but
He did not
The
seem like a
secrecy
bad
of-
folk. He seemed like a good lad, though misguided.
though the issue here lies in the fact that Thorgar's safety and that of the sanctity of Kaznikar lies more important to me than what is but just a handsome dwarf. And taking the information away that he might have to protect that dwarf, Thorgar, I think would be beneficial not only for you, but that of the sanctity of that of what is left of Kaznikar, so that it's not left to be pillaged by mere bandits.
She's thinking.
I'll roll a persuasion. For...
She's just thinking about, like, you can if you want to. Go ahead and roll. But,
You want us to take care of this?
19.
I think if you were able to catch him, I'd want you to catch him alive. That way we can figure out who he talked to.
Always good folk. We well, I caught him alive once.
What I could do to make this process easier, I do have the authority to issue a bounty.
Oh.
Upon finding him, you'd be able to collect the reward at any official law office at one of the major towns, or back here at Nova, of course.
It's a big old grin from Rune.
We will
Yeah.
find him. Do you happen to have ravens in town? Carrier birds?
Yes, of course.
That will make the process easier, as I believe he's waiting for one from me.
Oh.
He left me a letter.
Her eyes kind of bug a little bit.
Would you like to see it?
I can't read it.
I'm making like tally marks in the air.
Yeah.
Yes.
A boar spear. Silvered.
So I'm guessing you passed her the
One-
letter.
Yeah, one thing at a
Yeah.
time here.
Yeah.
Let her
No.
read.
I just want to make sure. So she's like reading the letter while you're saying this, right?
Sliding it to her. Yeah.
Yeah, you slid it to her, and she read it pretty quick, and she slides it back.
Ah,
Do you
You're
need
right.
the boar spears now before you leave Nova, or can it be something you collect later?
I'd like at least one silvered weapon for the road. This, big as me axe is, it didn't hit right. Do you know where you typically gather silver weapons, or do you have any in stock?
I'm
Kivrind.
sure she does.
Kivrind is
Kivrind.
where we typically order silvered weapons. Now, I can ask around and see if there's anyone willing to let go of one that they own. We don't keep a stock of silvered weapons for public use or sale. It doesn't make sense, though, as you could imagine, many dwarfs keep their own arms. All of us keep our own arms. Who am I kidding?
As it should be.
This is Texas.
And I'm glad to be hearing that. If you can be putting out words,
It's more like this is Russia. Like, that's
Yeah.
what they're-
Russia.
He's looking at his arms like,
Kalashnikov.
yeah,
yeah,
I have my arms.
that
It's
would be
good.
appreciated.
that's good. So,
Adam,
let me speak with the council about... Do you understand the going rate for making one of these silvered spears?
my understanding is you need a specialist. You need the supplies. It usually costs upwards of 100 gold or so. It's spendy, takes a lot of time, and you need to know what you're doing. But I also hear Gil's moon touched real good. And something like that could be jeopardizing the mission in ways we don't be wanting. The quicker they're dead, the better for all of us.
Like I said, I'll ask around.
Just not
And-
like appreciative nodding.
And like I said, I like to drive a hard bargain, but I think only fair that if need be, you can't work the paperwork out or whatever. We could consider it bounty paid forward once we collect the Stetcha bounty. With a wink, he'll give her.
Oh.
Regardless, our deal has been many ifs, buts, whens. I'd like to give you something concrete, something to rest you, something to assure you that we're interested in being a tangible business partner moving forward. We spoke about clearing boulders, clearing cave-ins, putting the large beasts to work, and we spoke about discussing a price. And my price for that would be that this discussion and that this bargain that we're creating is one step closer to reality. And that price would be gratis.
So if we should call on you for such a rock slide and you're within reach, you would do the work. No
I'm
gold
gonna
or
look the
recompense required. And she said you
I'm gonna look
required to.
Yeah.
How about the first 5? Obviously, that shouldn't detract us from any work that we're on your behalf. But you all are smart enough to
Mm-hmm.
not hit yourself with an arrow.
Ah.
Obviously, there would be an appropriate amount of time to respond to such a call.
We're not
which can be
unreasonable. If you're not nearby, we won't be able to ask. And if you're far and we can wait, we will.
like every other relationship. It takes time to get to know each other, leave room for growth. And I think that it would be to both of our benefit if we both give a little and work on building that trust. And I think that this is a great way to do it, and it is a tangible that you can take to the council. And it's a tangible that you can take home with you to know that we are not all out for every copper that you have. We all want to eat well, and we want to live, and we want to be comfortable, and not all of us can achieve that. Aramloth can certainly can. But you know how the world works. But it doesn't have to be unreasonable. And that's the point that I want to make.
I think I understand, Shashka and Miki. You want much, and you'll give much.
Yes.
Give, as it should be.
Deputization.
Thought we talked about that.
I'll do what I can, Miki.
Just a good word. It should be enough. So, with the cart being set up, some talking to do with me and the boys here, just about what we can expect from these greenskin camps. Sounds like you haven't done much scouting already. You know their whereabouts and what to expect in the region.
Mm-hmm. We know where they are exactly. We know what they do. But all they're doing is normal goblin mischief and keeping an eye on our mine.
Now, Brosta, I have a bit of a question. Kind of off topic, but semi-related, seeing as you were once that of a holy person. Do you know anyone that might have a private collection of books based off of old gods, weird gods that no one really talks about or really knows in these parts? I'm looking for a book myself about someone my mom always talked about. I've never really heard of him, but he's, trying to get in touch with her spirit. Veyron?
Faerun.
I'm not familiar with Veyrun. Though I do know several folks with libraries. There are plentiful collections down in Kivrind and Haladur.
Thanks.
The small human settlement near here to the south, they have some books on deities, though I would not encourage you to visit them.
The cultist settlement?
Yes.
And then, secondly, we're expecting, well, this might be news for you guys. Sorry, I had a really weird dream recently, and I have an old friend coming looking for me, and I don't really know where he's at, and he doesn't know where I'm at. And I'm not really good with directions and really regions or anything. And he's nearby, but he's trying to get to us. Is there a way that perhaps if I gave you a name, seeing as you were once a great and powerful cleric, you could send him a sending of sorts for just so he knows where I'm at and so he can come and meet up with us?
Do you have details about this man?
I have a relative. I know his name. I know the type of clothing he wears. I know what the back of his head looks like, but I've never quite seen his face. Have I seen his face?
Yeah.
I've totally seen his face.
Tons of
Okay, I didn't know
times.
if I had seen him because
Yeah.
just every time you described it was just you see his face,
No,
the back of his head. So
First time you met him and you talked to him last session, but yeah, he's got kind of a plain face with a little bit of a boxy chin, softer features. One eye's completely black. One of them has a strange, almost teal color, and not a circle shape, but more of an oval.
okay,
Um,
yeah, I can describe him quite well.
that is something I can try to do. And what would you have me tell him?
He's just trying to find me, and I'm not certain how far out. I know he's in the Bound Mound. I just don't know where, and if you could, I mean, it's a lot to ask, but I'm just trying to get a pinpoint because I might be going blind, and he has the cure, and Ermloth did not have one. I think that would have worked for me. Questions later.
Yeah, Rich just got this like, this is news to me.
Is it something to do with your drow heritage? Too much sun?
Sorry. Rude doesn't crack up. I do. As a player.
I don't know. I wasn't raised in the Drow. I was raised in a human settlement. So the sun's never quite affected me like it affected my mother. But I'm thinking it's something to do with getting older and maybe the sun and more of my Drow coming out.
I can do ascending. I can do it now. You just want me to describe how to get here?
Well, I don't know where he's at. I know that he can reply to you, and he could probably tell you how far out. So if you could also maybe ask him how far out, so we know to plan around, and also describe how to get here.
Yeah. So first thing I want you to do is roll me a history check.
Ooh.
This is for how well you describe his features distinctly.
I'm gonna give myself a bardic inspiration die for that.
Okay.
Start write a little
Well,
song about
I'll
it.
roll it. I'm gonna have one prepared. I'm gonna give myself a die to use
Got it.
sometime in these set of rolls.
Got it.
I'm gonna use it.
Okay.
So that's a 9 to start, and then 12.
Okay.
And his name is Ginkgo.
And she's like, oh shit, Ginkgo, why do you say so?
Okay. I will do my best. And she grabs onto her pendant and in like this kind of old classic dwarven says her little prayer and focuses for a moment. I sent what I could. Unfortunately, whoever I spoke with didn't recognize me, so I had no response.
Ginkgo, you bitch.
The message has been sent. Perhaps we can assist you
I'll talk to him later.
to send you to
Ruth's
talk
just
to him
giving
in
you this,
person.
like,
Could you also, with how you said that, could you write it on a piece of paper and then Belinos or Shaska or could you read that paper to me so I know what to tell him if I'm able to talk to him later in my dream?
You want me
I,
to write to him what I told him? Right
Well,
to
no,
you?
no, just write it on a piece of paper so that I can't read.
do you want me to just draw you a map? Or, like,
Oh!
list down where we're going? Why?
That's a good. Every time I talk to him in my dream, everything that's on my person's with me. I could just take a map.
This sounds like a really solvable problem. I didn't know it was a problem you had, though, boy.
Well, I didn't either until I woke up and then Brosta walked in.
we thank ye for your help, Rosta. In this matter,
She's kind of got this like impatient face at this point. Like,
yeah, we can be taking it from here. Looks at Miki like, right? Something like this. Okay.
I'm a bit of an idiot, sorry.
So this folk is coming here looking for you.
Yep.
Okay. I did
Now-
what I could.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So it sounds like you're interested in the work.
Aye. And possibly hitting up that greenskin camp. If there's anybody who's knows more, approximate numbers, has been in the region, knows about the mine, any pieces of information would be helpful for us.
Okay.
Perhaps a meeting later over drinks. Be around.
The mine I can describe to you now. I've been there not that long ago.
Good day.
You walk up to the side of a riverbank. There was a encampment we had built out of stone, excavated from the mine. There's a wooden plank bridge, fairly sturdy, though old and weathered by now, that goes across to the mine. Inside, you'll walk in, and there is one large, wide chamber going to your left and right. Then you have to climb up a short shelf, and there is a bit of a maze of tunnels there. Though the tunnels are wide, they do not go very far nor deep. We collapsed any of the deeper reaches before we left.
Before they left the cave or the mine?
We were done with it. We don't want it to become a goblin hive.
Aye. You did right in that.
Hmm.
Besides, it keeps things down in the dark where they belong.
I'd posted work in this region. Any type of work board, or we're looking to hire, say, a ranger. Would we be taking that up with Soba? Someone with talents tracking, hunting, maybe a couple. We'd pay him, of course, out of our own pocket and inform him on the work. But who would we be speaking to?
You can talk to me, you can talk to Zuri, you can talk to Blava, and if Soba's in town, you can talk to him as well. Every dwarf in this town has the right to work on their own accord, and deal with the consequences of anything they don't do in its stead.
Nodding. Yeah, many thanks there.
So,
It's all I have to add. Belanos, being a little quiet. What do you
Me?
make of the work?
I'm agreeable to the terms that we've discussed.
okay.
Anything you want? Anything you can offer besides what we've all kind of put together as a group? You're pretty smart.
I'm happy to aid in any way I can. Any of my knowledge I can bring to bear for the benefit of Lavoy or Aramloth is at their disposal.
Belanos is versed in several languages, several schools of study, the arcane, religion, terrors of the deep. He knows much, and he is a resource for us many times. And Brosta may prove to be a valuable asset for yourself.
But you can't
just
have
in
him
case
full
the need
time.
is there.
He's our friend.
And she kind of like looks at you a little more, like kind of squints at you a bit, Belanos.
Emphasize the terrors of the deep.
You're from the colleges to the north and the east.
It was.
It's asked kind of like as a statement question at you, Belanos.
I was, yes.
If I should think of a question, I will try to find you and ask. You are a long way from home.
I'm at your service.
And And you mentioned you knew about the cultists, the ones nearby. What do you know about them?
Only what we've been able to glean from the people of Nova. Flipping through my notes.
No worries.
I don't recall
They
anything
a bunch of
significant about
punk
them yet.
bitches.
I don't know if he's rolled for their religion yet.
We find out that the cultists are cultists of Faerun.
The cultists of Belenos.
We know they have a statue that may have predated the settlement. The settlement may have been built around the statue. They aren't. Well, we know they're not responsible for the disappearances now.
Yeah.
But they were suspect for sure.
Yeah.
That might be about as much as you've gotten. Besides, I know I've told you that they wander around more than they have been.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
You're new to this area, all of you. Bebrucht is the town's name. They're all humans as far as we know. We don't know why, but they have been marked as dangerous for a long time. They've been suspected of many disappearances, though nothing confirmed. They have gold. They have money, though you don't see it change hands or spent here in Nova or anywhere else nearby. Some of them have called themselves known as the Assembly of Swords, though we don't see them with swords. There was something I brought. I almost forgot, actually. And she starts digging around in like her back pocket now and slaps one other thing onto the table. Give me a moment here.
I have one more thing as well. One more gift. Or maybe it's opportunity for their business in the future.
She
What's that?
pops this on the table.
That's a good question.
Titties! Rock titties!
It's a thick piece of leather parchment, and drawn on it using some ink is this kind of strange shape. There looks like some kind of target up at the top of it, surrounded by a strange vase-like shape that almost seems to have arms, and some other dots and loops and things around. Call this a gift in exchange. And she slides it to you all. If you should see someone with this symbol tattooed on their arm, you'll know from that town, from that order at least.
Have I ever seen this before?
Roll a history with disadvantage. It'd be super unlikely. But
Okay.
possible. Technically possible, given where you've been.
I just want to roll something.
Mm-hmm.
A 20 and a 14.
Ooh.
And you were bardically inspired.
Was I?
That's what let me. Fuck yeah.
Do you need? When do you need to declare that? Typically, that's my question.
I think
I
it
don't know.
needs to be declared.
Probably before the roll.
So I,
Almost certainly before the roll. But it's really the level of cheek you allow.
unless you're a super bard. I don't need to have seen it. I was just curious if I had. 14. Turbo bard.
You know what's interesting? I rolled, and under the rules of these rolls, technically, you did. It was on the Northern Tradeway when you were. It was colder climate. There was a town. It was surrounded in forest, all the way up to the city's walls. And the one thing that was distinct about the town is at night there were no lights, no candles, nothing. Even though you're pretty sure it smelled like humans, they had no lights or lanterns at night at all. You could see the night sky beautifully from their town.
I know the town. Is it Makoma?
Yes.
I've seen this before.
You have. Where?
At one time, chancing through Makoma.
That makes sense. It is suspected that that was a similar cult, if not the same cult.
I've also heard that late there has been a strange fog billowing from the north side of town there.
Do you know when that started?
I've heard that it's recent and newsworthy.
Mm.
Several days ago is when I first heard of it.
It might match up with the timing of the extra activity around here. Okay. Be careful.
And speaking of activity outside of Nova, and speaking of Thorgard, are you familiar with the story of his battle with the Great Witch? I'm sure every dwarf in these lands are. Such a fierce fight.
We knew that he went hunting before everything else. We know that tragedies that happened to him and his loved ones before he went out to find the witch.
He says he found her. He says he slayed her. And I think I believe him. I believe that he believes that he did. We found her hut, buried in a bog, below the killing ground where we killed all the boar. I didn't want to cut you off, but what was she going to say to that?
It's fine.
And at her front door, go ahead.
I assume you'd be able to give directions to where you found this?
Both Rune and I took an accurate log of our travels in map and in direction. I think with some work we could find it again. And one thing of note, perhaps it is an added danger, perhaps it is an option for further opportunity. There was a portal, a wicker portal, basically on her front lawn, that went into a muddy cave deep down. And there was tracks in the portal that something possibly frequented there. It could be an opportunity to find valuable loot, find a worthy opponent, and perhaps much more. And if you choose to have an interest in leading a party, I think we would all be more than happy to accompany and take part in any expedition or discovery that could be had there. What say you folks?
Aye.
Looks like Arun smiling. Belanos is zoned out.
Nah.
Let's see how this business with the stone goes. And she just gives you like that nod that yeah, that sounds pretty sweet. We'll see how this goes. You know what I mean?
See how this goes. Don't fuck it up.
Yep. There's more jobs to be had. Yep.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to trickle that in there as like my last thing.
Rune's on board and like a nice little dish at the end, like it's nod of approval.
Like, you want to kill some people together? Could be fun. If you ever off on a weekend, call me.
According to this contract, I can start paying you either as soon as you begin scouting or as soon as we're done with the wagon. I will warn you, if you do choose to scout before we're done, we will finish that wagon. And once that wagon is finished, we will be expected to promptly finish the tasks. basically saying you're not going to sit in our town for months getting paid to do nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck no. Yeah.
I don't think you have to worry about that, but I'm always appreciative of clear expectations.
Nah, never been the type to sit idle.
Neither am I. And she stands up and scoots her chair back.
Yeah, Rune's probably getting up and stretching at this point. No.
Is there
Will be
anything
solid
else you'd like to
interesting.
discuss with me before I take my leave? I have many things to inform everyone about, assuming we're all in agreement.
Rune looks at Belanos and then looks over at the rugs in the corner that has Binky, looks at Shaska, looks at the rugs over the corner, and like you can see furry eyebrows just under this helmet like raising. I mean, we bringing that up or no?
Omnidol
Can
starts mimicking Rune now. Like,
Yeah.
And now we shake. And I'm going to offer my hand to Brasta.
Nice.
Is the table like short enough to be able to do
You-
that over the table, or should I
What's-
come around?
what's great about this
Shaska?
is you're gonna have to like have your feet dangling, and so is she.
Shaska, you're a
You're
willowy
gonna have
boy.
to like go across it, like with your feeties off the table.
How about I take Omnidos gracefully, gingerly by the shoulder, and I walk
Oh.
around the table.
Oh,
Come with me, Omnidos. This is how it's done.
All right. So you like she hops off and it's like trying just looking
We
up at
go
you.
around the table.
Went
Like,
around the
I'm on
table.
the inside so that she doesn't like get tempted to do some table walking.
Ah, yes. Take your client's gnome to work day.
It is.
So you do that. I'm not going to move Omnidolls because my
You
roll
don't
20
need
is
that.
lagging. And so you come up and go for the big old shake with Brasta.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
She's gonna crush my fucking hand.
Yeah.
I mean, if you give her like an inkling that you would want it or not cry about it, she's gonna try.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna cry about it. Like fucking, like I'll shake firm, but like I'm a
She-
auntie. Like
she
I feel like
gives
she's
you-
gonna racial go hard whether she wants to or not.
Yeah.
it's definitely a key grip. It's a dwarf hand, and it squeezes
Key
like
grip.
a dwarf hand, but she's not like breaking bones or
Stop being a
turning your
dick.
hand colors.
Yeah.
She was also a priest. Don't
True.
gotta.
Yeah.
Not all dwarves.
Dwarf-
They're arm wrestlers.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but dwarf priests drink and go hard. So, like,
Yeah.
They punch goblins to death with their bare
Does-
hands. But
Does Frosta know who Omnidos is?
she has acted as though she at least knows who they are. Yeah.
Okay. And have you met Omnidos? Do you know her?
I spoke. I had a lovely breakfast with Omnidolls and Eremloth. Actually, we
Excellent.
met.
I'm glad to hear it.
I see
Now,
that
Omnidos, you shake her
Eremloth's
hand.
plan has worked, and she like gives you guys a funny look. Oh, okay. And she like goes down and shakes Omnidolls' hand, and Omnidolls just kind of like puts her hand out, and it just kind of gets shaken.
yeah.
Yeah. A plan for some is an opportunity for others.
Shall we all shake on it then? Each of you interested?
Rune will immediately come up and like give a look of like, you're not gonna be regretting hiring the half-breed chainbreakers. Go for that hand grip.
Yep. And
And
then
it like looks at Shaska while she says it.
I'm just like, I give you the look. Take that fucking glove off.
Yeah, Rune will take off their gloves to reveal probably like alarmingly delicate hands.
nails
Friendship.
still manicured.
Nails still manicured. Fuck.
Shaska's like, oh my god.
It's the silliest
She
thing.
actually gets so distracted, she gives you like almost a human handshake.
Oof.
She was not expecting, first of all,
Sure.
the stickiness sound of those two gloves intersecting. The alarming viscosity of those gloves sticking together as you took it off. And then like the super pale, dainty, manicured dwarfling, maybe human, maybe half elf hand that came out of that. Yeah, it was just not. She wasn't ready. She was ready for Miki. She's ready for Shashka. She wasn't ready for this rune. Congratulations.
That's
Now crush her hand.
That's
If you
Rune.
want, if you want to
Doesn't
crush her
do that.
hand, you can.
Nah, Rune
I
just
think a
gives
good
a
impression.
Rune just gives a solid handshake, and then it's gonna call there like a nod, like the cheeky plug was the name.
Miki.
He's just gonna
Are these
still in his
terms
kickback position.
acceptable?
He's just gonna put his 2 fingers up to his head and just. You got yourself a deal.
You get her eyebrow raised. And she looks over to Shashka and gives you this look like, is he serious right now? Is he not going to shake my hand?
No, it's.
That's the look.
It's a touch thing. Sorry.
So that's good. Miki, shake the woman's hand.
No,
God damn it.
You hear your chair pulling out from behind you.
No, please. I don't like being touched.
Well, put your hand out,
Uh,
and Rune's gonna glove over there.
I'm just gonna like start going into the. Do you know why Omnidos is with us?
All right, there you go. Now you don't need to be. Now you don't need skin to skin.
We all have to grow at some point in time, Mickey.
Give it a go, boy.
Well,
Don't
you
worry.
guys are wrestling
It's
in the
delicate.
corner. Rasta turns to Belenos.
Yeah.
Are you interested as well, priest?
Absolutely. And Benelos will approach her and just very, very daintily shake her hand and kind of awkwardly like bow
the
at the
wet
same
fish?
time.
She definitely gives you like a really concerned look, like you like what the hell is wrong with you kind of look.
You fucking mind flayer.
But she
Fucking sussy, bro.
she shakes her hand and
what's
you know
that wriggling in your eye?
gives you a nod.
So
So
funny.
Rune, you
Hi.
put your glove on Miki, and you're carrying Miki. What's happening now?
Mickey, I'll walk over now, but it's definitely like I don't like touching, so sure. And like, he'll warily put his hand out.
She looks at that glove. That
You see, you might. It looks like you will have to take the glove off. Sorry, don't know what to be telling you, Miki. It's proper. Took me glove off.
Like a good bow.
would you like to be paid?
Shake the woman's hand.
Is that glove on or off?
It is off.
Okay, and then she does a very quick shake with you. There.
Swipe that glove back.
All right.
Do you want to get paid?
Just one last thing, which you can say no, but I'm going to insist, Shashka. We'd like to reinforce the chassis and frame of this wagon on top of all of the reinforcements for protection in order to hold the weight of the stone. No
Only
objections?
if you paint it in the non-fire adhesive liquid
So
with cool flames on the sides.
just over here, like, we'd like to give you extra upgrades. Is that okay?
It sounds like it would be in both of our best interests to do so.
Let's just say I don't know if your wagon would be able to hold the rock, based on what my carpenters told me.
Impressive.
But Rune could.
Let
Aye.
us do what we must. so
I
that
would
we
pay
can-
to see that.
How
And
much?
she's...
The standard rate?
What's the heaviest that you've lifted?
Ooh. What is the heaviest Rune has lifted? Hold on. Well, you know that ghost boar? Picked that up.
With ease.
Okay.
Rock weighs a lot more than flesh, Rune.
I used to work in the mines. I could be telling you about how much it'd weigh if I got a look at it. But no, I'm not going to be breaking me back over this.
But you'll try.
I'm not there yet.
But you'll try.
We'll see what it looks like. I think we should be worrying about the orcs first. We've got things to be discussing. We're looking forward to doing business.
Interested in the upgrades, it would only make sense. Who is covering the cost?
There you
It's
go.
part of the deal.
Then part of the deal it is.
So what is the heaviest thing you've lifted, Rune?
What
Shit.
is the heaviest thing Rune has lifted?
The jewel, maybe?
Ah, not the heaviest thing I've lifted. A laden minecart. Way, way back when I was a bit younger. Thought it was gonna snap me in half. One of the wheels gave and there were some troubles in the mines. Some big nasties, and we didn't want to leave the ore cart, so picked it up and ran it out. Before I knew what I was doing, hurt myself real bad, and none of the men around seemed too keen to be helping me. Bastards fled while I was carrying it out. That's the heaviest. Minecart full of ores and metals.
We'll consider that a warm-up.
Can't wait to see what you got in store for me.
We could at least use your hands on some of the ropes.
Yeah. We'll just give a solid nod. I'll be in me element, that's for sure. Chose the right people for this work. Words are cheap, though.
I do have an exact poundage for this rock. I did the math on it, by the way.
Let's see
What
how
is
much.
it?
Is it
You know how
Jack and
much one horse weighs? About, I think they call it a ton.
Aye.
You'd be holding 34 horses on your shoulders.
Oh!
Easy. Easy work for Rune. Light work. Light work.
Ah. You know, I'm looking to build me legend, but one step at a time, and I'd like to keep stepping. I see now. We'll see what we can figure out about them orcs. See if we can take care of the problem before it's a problem. That's our way. Free Chainbreaker way. We appreciate your time. We got some things to be sorting out. It's been a pleasure, Brosta.
Indeed.
Always a pleasure.
I'm glad this is working out. Don't screw this up, and it will be great for everyone.
Aye. Aye. More seriously, aye.
And I'll get drafting on those letters. I hear you might be collecting courier fees for Lavoy as well.
True.
Just gives kind of like a little smile, like, yeah, it's nice.
Possibly others, yeah.
Folk
Rosta,
of many talents.
What's that,
Do you
Belenos?
do you expect to see Lavoy in the near future?
I suspect he'll, anytime he has a significant report, he will bring it to me.
I have some notes of his that he's lent to me that I haven't found the time to make copies of yet. I was hoping if you saw him, you could ask him to come by, or if he wouldn't mind if I return them later.
If I see him, of course. I'll remember that.
Thank you.
I don't suspect he'll mind as long as you don't leave town with his notes.
Of course.
And unless
Fade to
there's
black.
anything else, and then Gonzo.
Rude, get the fuck out of here.
Gonzo. All right.
We need a break. We need a break.
IP.
Yeah, this dude needs to use the banjo.
All right, we will be back shortly, folks.
Alrighty. I think that was fucking solid.
I think
Pretty,
so.
neat, pretty nifty.
I need to use the bathroom
The
so
game plan
badly.
worked out well.
Yeah, I'll be right back though. I need to go. Literally, figuratively.
Oh boy.
That was probably the most fun bartering session ever.
You liked that?
I like the game plan we came up with.
Yeah, it was solid. It's a solid proposal.
That was,
Well, no, just like the whole like Miki's literally his whole thing was to ask for way fucking more than we actually needed.
It definitely
And
had
then
the
Two Hands
greedy,
comes in.
the greedy and the reasonable, bad cop, good cop thing going. It worked. It was nice.
Mm-hmm.
you got to take some credit for that. What was your plan, man? That wasn't my plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was just saying. Yeah, I mean, it was a good plan in general.
Ooh.
It worked. I think. I mean,
Yeah. You guys
You
got
didn't-
you got the deal. Like it's done. You're gonna
We
get
got
paid.
what we wanted. We're getting the deputize. I didn't even think we were gonna get even recommendations for the deputization.
Well, to be clear, she said, "I will recommend you for title." I very much doubt they're going to give you a deputy, like a legal policeman style status for the region. Like that's asking for so much liability. Yanti rolls in. I'm a cop. Let me see your hands. Like, all right, I'm cuffing these. Don't worry. It's not. It's just.
it's not slavery.
It's-
All the other Yanti are like, bro, you're one of us.
Yep.
Why are you?
He legalized slavery. Jesus
fucking-
Christ.
Shaska's gonna go 21 Jump Street and be undercover slaver cop, posing as a high schooler at the local temple in the jungle. It's gonna be great.
At a game, maybe we can tailor that recommendation to make more sense. Because, like, I'm envisioning this is a group that we work with, that we have a relationship with, that we don't have an official affiliation with, that helps us investigate things and is an extension of our reach, right?
Essentially, just give us a PI detective license.
Think of like somewhere between that and bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Bounty hunter works.
Well,
Bane, I want a house Carl. Carry all my shit.
I am sworn to carry your burdens.
you have to do a little more than that to get a house, Carl.
Before I open the soda, because I never drink soda at night, I wanted to check in with folks if that's appropriate to do so now.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm just going to lead in. I want to stay up and play late. That's what I want. If
Yeah.
folks are willing to do that, great. If they're not willing, then I'm going to see, does anyone want to watch shows after we play or play something? Because
Boo.
I want to enjoy
I-
my night, hopefully with D&D.
I got a steal on a hot knife yesterday to cut my stuff, and that is all I have planned for tomorrow until like 6 p.m. So I am keen with you, sir.
Cool. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I'm feeling pretty froggy. I'm good to go for a while.
I'm glad to hear it. I'd ask how Belanos is doing, but I know how Belanos is doing.
Bonus has had a rough one.
Yeah, poor guy.
It's Belanos' turn to have the group hug.
Belanos is
Yeah.
just remembering some lesson from college about a ship being taken apart and built into another ship.
Oh yeah, Theseus' ship or something. I can't remember, but
think-
for me, I have a test early tomorrow morning that I need to be up and cognizant for, ideally, so I can't be up too late on my end. As much as I want to.
What's your hard stop time?
Hard stop for me would probably be around midnight. Is the responsible time. So 3 a.m. for you Eastern folk.
Let's play until just shy or right on then. And
Where I should start
and then if,
assessing what I'm doing.
Two Hands, if you're still spilling spice, I'd be happy to hang out with you, dog.
All right.
And J. Crew and whoever else wants to stay up after the game.
I'm mostly putting this out there because I know that I will likely be weak when the
You-
time comes.
You know, I strategically was hoping someone would want to stay up late because instead of crawling through my attic once earlier, I did it twice back to back with an injured knee. So I wouldn't have to do it after this game. What I
Sorry
did,
about the knee.
I crawled all the way across my attic which is a torch down roof, which means my attic is about this much. I don't know how I got through
Yeah,
it.
it's like Die Hard in there, man.
It's worse. It's real bad. Like Bruce would be like, no, like it's
It's
bad.
fucking awful.
I've got bruises and like broken whatever. But so I went
Bruce
all the way
isn't
down
saying
there,
much these days.
and I like got the Ziply wire. I was working with the technician to like get it because I was like, one, I know you're not going to do it if I showed you the crawl space. Two, I don't want you in my crawl space, so I'm going to do this. I went up and did it, got the wire, and like I like put it down into my coat closet where I have my router. I heard this weird thud. I thought it was just like one of the loose pieces of blocks that were around. It was my fucking phone. I crawl all the way across the top of my house. I almost have heat stroke. I like took my mask off. I'm breathing fiberglass, trying to
Dude,
not
it gets
die.
so fucking hot in those. That's wild.
I got out and I was like, like I take my clothes off. I'm beat red. Like I was about to get in the shower and I'm like, no, my pants are empty. Ugh. And then I like, I walk around the house for a bit like, fuck, what am I? I don't even know if I can do that twice in one day. I'm not in that good a shape anymore. And I was like, if I don't do it now, I'm going to do it after the game. And that means I'm going to dread it the whole damn game. And then anything that happens afterwards, whether it's friends or Nicole, I'm just going to have to like, nope, I'm going to go die. I'm going to go die real quick. So I
Choose death.
I put on my already completely drenched with sweat clothes. Like they were totally soaked. My shoes were soaked.
Ugh.
That's how much I was sweating in the sauna. And I crawled all the way back with
Bro.
Alu calling my phone as a beacon repeatedly.
Can't confirm.
Dude, when I first
Buy a
had
new
him,
phone.
I was thinking I was going to punch a hole in the ceiling and just reach around. Like it was. But I remember the dread I felt because I was like, I know I dropped it. Alu, can you call it? And I just heard the most distant. Like, oh, that's like 100+ feet across. It's the old. I dropped it immediately at the turn, didn't I? Yep. Anyways, that was the longest way to explain. I was hoping someone would want to play with me later. So let's see how we do. Of course, if people change their minds or their energy levels, we'll see how it goes. Oh, and for the record, I'm happy to push as hard as I can, but if I totally break, you guys will notice, and so will I. So, where did my pain chocolate go? I lost it. That's bad. There it is. All right. So, we will continue. It sounds like player-wise, you guys were happy with the way that deal and negotiation went. Rasta came in prepared. You guys were prepared.
We came in prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that it went successfully, we're good.
Yeah. So far, everything seems like it's going to be a win-win if this goes well. So, Frost is gone. Is there any post parlay campfire talk you'd like to do with Omnidulls and you all in there?
Sure.
Now Omnidulls. That's how the deal works.
Yeah, you shake their hand at the end.
Some people
just
have
look
an
at you
issue
both.
with touching.
I understand that shaking hands is a deal.
Rude gestures.
Hmm.
No, I get what you mean. Maybe not why you mean it, but that's fair. That's fair.
You ever, you know how, sometimes the light can be too bright or noise can be too loud?
Aye.
That's what happens when someone, touches me and I don't know them that well and I'm not comfortable with it, is that it's oversensitized, it's sensation.
Like
That's why I don't like unexpected hugs.
Is it like being tickled?
Yes, except instead of being tickled, your hand is
Oh, little lamb.
you ever sit on your leg for too long and then it feels like you've been shocked by lightning when you
Oh, the
stand up?
time.
That
Yeah.
doesn't feel like lightning at all.
Noted. We will go into the trauma later, but if you could just kind of roll with me here.
The pain, the needly pain.
Yeah, that's what it feels like when I touch people that don't really know that well. Not like a pain, but like just uncomfortability.
What if they touch you?
Yeah, same.
What if you don't notice them touching you?
That I
Does fuck
Probably-
with you the rest of our journey.
She's got a point.
She's just taking field notes.
well, if I feel them touching me, then yeah,
What-
I would feel it in that area.
What if you think it's someone that you know?
Well, even if it was someone that I know and they touched me and I didn't expect it, it would still feel the same.
Oh, I see.
It's more of like I have to mentally prepare myself, but it's easier when I know someone. And I didn't have that long with Brosta to like mentally prepare myself. You're like, shake now, and I was like, oh god.
You see Omnidol.
So...
Jay,
Nice.
Mickey has a nice set of spoons. I'm creating a mental picture, right? Let's say he has a nice set of spoons. You've used a spoon before, right?
I think so.
Yeah. And he wakes up and has the same amount of spoons every day.
Like a
in this-
spade.
Yeah. Yep. Like a spade that you eat with, right? And he wakes up every day with, let's say he's got 8 spades to eat with that are called spoons in the story that I'm telling. That's not real, but it's an analogy.
Are you teaching this gnome child spoon theory?
So, Miki wakes up with spoons.
Yeah. And
I do?
he can choose to give those spoons to people throughout the day. Into the manifestation, and just an example of him exerting his energy towards these tasks and people and things that he needs to spend his energy on, and we can just think of it like him giving spoons until he's out of spoons. And then he needs to get more spoons for the new day. And like, well, I don't know why we use the spoon terminology. It's actually quite weird, but think of it like that. It takes many spoons from Mickey to shake a hand. Now, I made him shake hands. I know that cost Mickey some spoons. Something he needs to practice so that he can learn to spend less spoons shaking hands. You have spoons too, Omnidos. And it is my goal to get you to, number 1, part with those spoons, and number 2, learn to part with them less as needed.
I have tons of spoons when I perform then.
She has, like, while you were explaining this, there was multiple moments of her, like, opening her mouth, almost asking a question, definitely some furrowed eyebrows of thought, almost opening her mouth again, more furrowed eyebrows. So,
Can I
there
insight?
She's going to tell you how much she got here. It's maybe close. So, Miki consumes spoons to do things throughout the day, and I am to do that as well, and I am owed spoons, for I have none yet. I have not seen Miki eat a spoon yet, even though they shook their hand. Does he absorb them through his skin?
You think of things much too literally.
You're like a cat.
I don't think I am.
You know
I like
what an
this
analogy
one.
is?
She's weird like us.
She certainly is. The spoons are just examples of Mickey spending his personal inner energy on things that he needs to spend it on.
The spoons
don't
aren't
come-
real.
Spoons aren't real.
Spoons aren't
The
real.
spoons tell a story.
Lord, it's weird.
God damn.
The spoons really just tell a story.
Josh is just going to be like, you know what? We're not going to touch this one again. All right.
It was actually a pretty good telling of Spoonie theory, though. So good job on that. Okay.
We're done.
Okay. And she just kind of sits and opens her eyes wide again to the room.
No, I'm going to close. I'm not letting her off the hook. It takes many spoons for Mickey to do these things, and I push him to do these things because I want him to grow. I have yet to see you part with your spoons, and that is a goal for me.
Give me a spoon.
One day, you're going to be on the road with us, or you're going to be in the city with us, and you're going to want to spend a spoon on something, and that in itself will be a win, and a starting step of a great journey that we will have together. Do you understand?
We're not going to treat you like a cat.
I will want to be as uncomfortable as Miki one day.
I'm going to give her a pat on the back.
She gives you this look like, what the fuck? Not
How
like
old
a...
are you?
I've been told that it's impolite to ask, especially someone who looks like me.
I just don't... Shaska, is she a child?
I don't actually know.
I don't know how old gnomes are.
It would be important for us to know if you are considered a legal adult as per your people before we go on the road together.
Sorry about the break screen stream. Just turn that off.
Oh, heck.
I am an adult. I was to be on my own.
Nope, I don't like it. You're a kid now. I'm protecting you with everything I have.
You can protect someone and they can still have the right to their own autonomy as an adult.
No,
Mickey.
like,
Yeah, that's basically what I've been doing for him.
No, you know, Shaska, how you're like my dad?
I'm like your dad?
What?
Yeah.
He's like your dad?
Elvis's head whips around.
Everybody in the room right now?
I get really, like, the human side of me gets really fucking white.
Yo,
You're like,
oh no.
like Darren and like my dad did.
Congrats.
He's like he teaches me like Darren did and all that, and he's teaching me to be better. Omnidolls is like my sister now because he's teaching her too.
We are not sisters. Brother and sister.
It's like the spoons; they don't exist.
The brother and sister do not exist.
In the
listen,
spoons,
folks,
yes.
as much as Monsters has given me a good laugh to be watching how this is going, I could be using a drink and a meal here soon.
That sounds wonderful. We should go now. I am hungry.
Any last things we're wanting to be getting out here? And about the orcs. Are we fine talking about that openly? Over a meal, maybe?
We have time to discuss the orcs. Before we eat, Mickey,
Hey,
I'd like to try to send you to Ginkgo.
oh
Only
yeah, for my
temporarily.
medicine.
Does anyone have the ability to produce a small fire magically?
It's not gonna be me. Looks at Belanos. A small fire. Small fire. Really little one.
Unfortunately, the smallest actual flame that I can produce is probably a bit more than would be necessary.
Belanos
What
would be
about
like,
your weird
yeah, sorry, we
magnifying
don't come in
glass fire?
smalls.
What about you, Omnidos?
I have seen it done. I can try.
And if you tried, what would that be considered if you were to use a spell?
Oh, I can do it.
Oh, not a spell. I would break the chair I'm sitting on, and I would try to create rubbing until it smoldered.
That will not be necessary. We have torches and we have flint and steel.
I can make fire magically.
You will be asleep, so you cannot.
Well, I can light the fire beforehand.
Okay, then we'll light my torch. All right, just
Come on, baby,
Firebolt
light
on the
my
torch.
fire.
so. This gourd of magical sake. I know that we drank the last drink, right?
You've got like those couple drops.
Yeah.
I've got the drippings enough to probably make a nice vaporization. If I put it in one of the glass vials that we have, I have 2 glass vials, or some type of other canister that can survive an open flame. I doubt the gourd could, unless the gourd
No,
is
that would be
So-
fire, or at least smoldering.
Yeah.
You could certainly try to carefully heat up one of the glass vials, and get that heat energy into the droplets to try and make them into a gas. It's not very much. It's not going to be like drinking a whole cup of it or anything.
It's okay.
There's also a decent chance that you'll either burn yourself in the process, break the glass, all those kind of things.
Well, the easier way to do it is to put a medium, like metal, a thin sheet of metal underneath the vial
Mhm.
to heat up the metal, to make that a Bunsen burner,
Mhm.
basically, to heat up the glass. It would be much more controlled.
Before you do all that, give me like a 10-minute heads up when you start to do that, and I can, make you bolstered magically so
Okay.
that you have a better chance of success.
That'd be good. I could do that. We could heat something up.
And yeah, why are we
Before-
doing this?
Before we do this, also, I just want there's one thing I want to make sure is clear, and then Miki would be the only person to know this. So I just want to ask GM to player, J. Crew, when you see Genko in there, what does that mean, Genko? What does that mean about Genko at that time?
It means he's resting and not moving.
Yes.
But I need to, because I need to make sure he has the right directions now that I have them.
So if you know that's when he's resting and not moving,
We should probably wait until nighttime so that he's resting. And I can get there myself. Why are we using the vapors?
You can get there yourself.
Oh, easy. But I could take one of you with me?
Care to go? I don't
say you-
think I have any business in that plane. This is something that I want to help you figure out, but this struggle is yours. We all have our struggles that we need to solve ourselves,
you could
But
ask
we're
other
all
folks
here-
too.
to help each other with as well.
Belanos, are you interested in a learning adventure?
There is a certain intellectual curiosity, but my mind has recently been entangled in enough cosmic weirdness for one day.
Yeah.
Rune?
Y'all tied me up for trying to go towards the river when I drank that drink. I don't really like being tied up.
Well,
See why we tied you up now? Look at
yeah. Omnidol?
Isn't gonna admit it, face.
I like to drink, and I am told I'm here for new experiences.
Dude, if you
You want to see another
person's
world?
niece on the first day they're with us,
Sure.
Bakey,
less than 24-hour turnaround.
can you guarantee her safety?
The actual answer is no.
No.
Do you think it's wise to take her with you?
I mean, she's in the group.
It's a yes/no question.
I feel like she should at least experience the squiggles. We've all done it.
You're literally going blind because of them. It's not safe. I won't stand for it.
Okay.
As a player, you could do it behind Joska's back.
No. Miki's turned a new leaf. He's listening to his paw.
Yay.
Pa.
All right. So, okay. I will not have this new experience. Understood. It's not wise.
There is a certain wisdom in knowing what experiences to try now versus what experiences to try later,
When you're bigger.
or not at all.
Hmm.
Miki is accessing a very dangerous and very ethereal place, and it is costing him greatly. He is paying with his life. That is his toll of flesh and blood and spirit, and it is not a toll that I think that you should be paying with our group on your first day.
I hear that
And
soul magic is quite dangerous.
But it was an accident at first.
It was.
Okay. I am curious. What are we doing about orcs?
Killing them?
Killing them to death. Ah. Didn't want to be the first to say it. Shaska said it first. Y'all heard that.
When?
I actually have a really good plan, but I don't know if now's the time to be planning all that, because I don't know when we're going to go take care of them.
We can start with that question, right? When are we going to go? They said you would be paid as soon as we started. We could go today.
We've got business to wrap up in the town first.
Those, you can turn into some animals to forage, right?
I am good at turning into some animals, yes.
Can you talk to animals? Are you, like, well acquainted with animals themselves?
Some.
Dude, Professor, so I made your niece a familiar. No.
No, not that. You know, we could start collecting money now, or we could just do some scouting in good hearts by sending some animal messengers to go look at the area. They wouldn't be the wiser, and I'd send Cass, but she's a little more, living now.
There was mention that they didn't want to alert the big flyer in the area.
Who's
That's
Cass?
why we say we send small animals. Oh, it's my rabbit. My almirage.
I hear your idea. Let's talk it through. Okay? Pros and cons. Give me some pros.
We get animals to be our friends. That's one. We can get some information. I don't know how long it's going to be until we begin this, but in 7 days I can divinate. That's not a pro, but that was something that just popped in my head that I had to say right there.
Okay, so we can use the animals for reconnaissance, right? And that's the main pro, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense. Now, give me some cons of sending them right now.
They will be eaten and die.
Maybe. I mean, that's not guaranteed, but
I don't think I would be eaten.
Well, I'm not talking about sending you. I was talking about you talking to some animals and sending them.
They would probably be eaten.
What if they discover
might be
something...
alerted?
Right. And the same would go if we send them while we're closer, but we may have...
get the hop still.
Exactly. There's a chance that we do more reconnaissance at more safety to us and at greater risk of exposure to our plan. Again, pro and con. It's good to have options. We have options of investigating now, remotely, with less chance of getting that information back. We have the investigation of using that same plan on a different timetable, perhaps when we're closer. We have multiple options. I have business with Lavoy, and we have business with Zuri still that we need to conclude today, before anything else. So I don't advise that we send scouting out yet when we're not ready to respond to the information that may come back. It's only a 3-hour trip. That's my...
I thought it was 3 days.
It's 3 hours to the mine, and then a day from the mine to the Greenskin camp.
But they have been watching the mine, so we know they're not just watching it from a day's travel away.
They're scouts, of course, yep. Yep.
Aye.
So with that, before we move on with our business, I have 2 things I have to tell you guys besides the I'm going blind thing.
It's a pretty big thing to be telling us.
The
Irrelevant.
first thing, the dragon that helped us with the werebore was a bronze dragon.
Ah!
How do you know?
Veyron told me.
Oh.
He's been watching us since we were in the boar wallows. He was one of the ravens that was watching our meet.
Well, you made a birdie friend.
Well, yeah, but you can't call him that.
Oh,
You have
Yeah.
to call him Veyron, the Masked Lord.
that's a real stuck-up sounding bird.
Well, he's a god, so.
That's a real stuck-up sounding bird.
And then, secondly, Lavoy's friends and the previous owner of the bird are still alive. And I know relatively where they're probably at, just from context clues.
Where would that be? North, south, east, west?
Mounts Nultress. I assume they'll probably still be alive in a month, as they've been alive this long. But something to look into to better seed ourselves here in Nova, and kind of all of Haladur. But also to do something for Lavoy. I'm not good with people. You've probably known this. I'm very charismatic, but I'm really bad at talking to people. And that's just, I'm trying to show Lavoy that I care. But I don't want to tell him because I don't want to get his hopes up in case maybe by breathing it meant evil zombie walker of Lich or something.
Lavoy seems like the type of person that carries the weight of many things on his shoulders. I have yet to see new news bring him relief.
Do you think it'd be good to tell him?
Perhaps not yet. Not
Okay.
when we can't do anything about this news, but we've got several things pointing at Mount Noldris, and perhaps when we have the capacity to go there, perhaps we should add that to the list of reasons to go.
I'd
And
see
then
it
we
through
could
with
give
ya.
him hope instead of adding more to his plate to worry about. Because if he thinks they're dead, he is not staying up late worrying about if they will die tomorrow. He mourns them and he misses them. And it seems to only bother him whenever the conversation topic is brought up. But if we bring it up now, I fear it could consume him without the ability to action on the information.
Okay.
I think we should tell him when the time is right. I don't think that the time is right yet. How do you feel about that?
I agree. I didn't think all the things through. That's why I'm telling you instead of just doing it. I've realized that telling you guys things that I want to do is more logical than just doing them and then almost dying.
Yeah. That takes a few spoons from me. But spoons aren't real, right, fellas?
Only when they need to be. Just Add an extra layer of chaos for Omnidot.
Now, I could be using a good meal. While we're around town doing business, I might be looking to hire somebody to do some scouting on the orcs. Stick around the mine, see what pops up for the scouting crews, so when we get there, we might have more to go off of. It'll be coming out of my pocket, so you don't need to be worrying about it. So anything you want to pitch in is appreciated, of course.
You can use some of my gold I gave you.
I'll contribute to the scouting effort as well. Forewarned is forearmed.
Well, I believe the going rate is 2 gold per day.
2 gold for professionals. You never start at 2 gold.
I'm just saying, we shouldn't have to contribute too much.
Where I be growing up, 2 gold is a farmer's salary for a harvest. And then some. Inflation. Now, before we be leaving, are we planning on leaving that cat eel under the rug? What are we doing with it? Are we cooking it up? Are we just letting it kind of sit there as ambience, mood setting for the room?
He's
What are
all
we doing?
tuckered out. No, let him sleep.
Did we
Why?
put Belanos' body in the vault?
And Velanos' body is in Blinky.
What?
Oh.
Belanos' body?
Yeah, I don't think anyone but Shaska knows exactly what happened.
Never mind. I thought I did.
Sorry,
Okay.
I haven't shared that yet.
No,
No.
you're good. I thought I
Shaska
knew that.
doesn't
That's
know
my bad.
how to share that.
No, we're just like, well, whatever you did to the cat, they seem pretty settled right now.
It recently had a substantial meal.
Oh. Is that, you didn't use too much of our honey, did you?
No,
all over.
just something was in the honey that it seemed to like, and it ate its fill.
Oh, it's like when you eat too much turkey, Rune.
Oh.
It's a lot of turkey.
What a turkey. Well,
Right, Belanos?
Yes. 1,000 yards there.
we can talk about it over a round of drinks. Come on.
I think I could use a good drink.
Did you figure out
Belanos?
the not holocron?
Not a crown.
Not a cron.
Yeah.
What about the Nauticron?
Did you figure it out?
Uh,
What the cat was?
the cat, no. There was some progress made with accessing the information in the holocron. But there's still work to be done. I could also use a drink, I think.
Belanos looks like shit, right? Because he has out of game. I know he has 6 hit points. Does he look like shit?
He looks
Honestly-
very haggard.
He is
Oh.
wet, pale, and haggard.
Hey,
I'm just gonna. Hey, Belanos. I'm just gonna give you a little tap on the shoulder real quick if I can find the spell button.
just tap him.
Yeah, where are you, Cure Wounds? Oh, it's only on the loot. I don't want to do that.
Oh
okay.
God, Brosta's right outside. She's been listening the whole time.
Nah. She
That would be pretty
she
funny.
ain't chair.
There you go.
She's too busy to.
Did
Yeah,
she
stop. Eavesdrop. She'd
she's-
hire somebody to eavesdrop.
she sped walk away for sure.
Nice.
Yes.
We'll tap for 6.
6 Healy.
9. I did it at 2nd level.
Oh.
All right.
9 Healy wheelie dealies.
Thank you,
Oh.
Mickey.
Ah, yeah.
Get some rest. Get some food. Talk about what we want to do next. Business plans. Be seeing y'all out there, yeah? I'll get us a table. Just kind of looking over the room. See y'all soon. Go tap
I'll
for
go with you.
Can I get food too?
Yeah, I'm the dolls. You can come with us.
I'm gonna stop Rune real quick and just toss a couple gold out of this pouch
Oh shit!
that Aaron Loft gave me. This should cover her expenses. I'm told she's a big eater.
Just a big old grin. Well, We'll put that theory to the test. Be using a big meal myself.
Have you ever
Come
had
now.
a summerberry salad on the dose?
Don't you?
I like berries.
It's a start. They make a good side.
I'm gonna motion Omnidulce to like catch up with Rune. You don't want to let her get away. She might eat all your food
It's going.
Omnidol's like, her?
in like a teasing way.
Yeah.
Yeah, her.
I don't want her to.
1 or 2. That's my food.
You don't want to be second place to dinner. Just runs.
Yeah, she
Second
like
place
she
to dinner.
speed walks a bit, and then
Dude,
like
she's
comes
gonna-
out.
She's gonna stick that with her family. She's gonna
And-
get home. I'll never be second place to dinner again.
She speed
Shas's
walks
over here like
behind you,
food is
Rune,
a
and she's just
motivator
like,
for her.
Rune,
No dolls.
Rune, wait for me, please.
No dolls. Doesn't slow the thing.
So
Right along now.
that's happening.
Perfect. Yeah, that's going on.
So
Any
then-
last thingies you guys just doing in your conference room that you love so much and have muddied?
I'm hoping to just
Just a lead.
catch Belanos for like a quick 30-seconder alone. Did Mickey follow, or is Mickey still like sneaking
I went
around?
with him. Yeah, I went
Okay.
with him.
Perfect.
Yeah, Belinus is probably hanging back to get Squib into his bag anyway, so
I just
Sure.
kind of like
Yeah,
shut
there
the
you go.
door, with one hand.
Yeah.
Just look at Belanos.
The lean.
Yeah,
The deadly.
it's not the sultry lean, it's the dad lean.
Yeah. It's on. No.
is there something
What-
you'd like to say, Jaska?
Not much right now. Just that once you've rested, once you've processed whatever happened, perhaps you can explain to me and the group. I'm not saying it has to be at the same time. If you feel more comfortable telling me because I saw some things before telling the group, that's okay. If you don't want to talk about it, that's okay. But perhaps just as you rest, dwell on how you would like to handle this and if you would like us to be a part of it. Okay?
Of course. Honestly, at this point, you know nearly as much as I do about what's happened.
That frightens me because I don't know much.
Well, the specifics of it are also a bit of a mystery to me at this point, but I will keep you and the others informed as I am able to.
Let's get some food.
All right, Squib, do you want to go back in the bag and come to dinner with us?
Brains? More?
I think you've had plenty of brains today.
Oh.
I know.
Just like bouncy squelchy noises as they just go into your bag again.
Heck.
Here's a good Squib.
Brains later? If hide?
If we're able to find some.
Get brains.
We will do our best, but you've eaten quite well today, so we may have to take a break.
I want brains.
I know you want brains, but we don't always have brains.
We're out of ice cream, honey. I'm sorry. Not going to the store. It's 1 a.m.
The ice cream machine is broken at McDonald's. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Sammy does that shit to me, man. Literally verbatim.
Yeah.
Like, I wish I could say that wasn't made up.
It's so you're getting just kind of like pouty Squib telepathically being like but meh, in your head as you go on. Unless you want to have Squib totally stop, you can continue. But
No, he's fine.
okay.
Just, making like nonsense comforting sounds to him like, I know, it's okay.
Yeah, like,
Whoa.
yep, yeah, good. Oh yeah. And Squib's
that's
just
great.
like, if Hide good brains tomorrow?
Never get ice cream again. Yeah.
very, very soon. I promise we'll find some more for you. I promise. All right, Squib?
It's like
Do
the
you
most
understand promise?
worried little squelchy bobbing in your bag. Oh man. No,
God.
promise, like, protect. Promise protect. Promise brains later.
Yes, just like I promised to protect you, I promise we will find brains later.
Happier squelching noises.
Yeah.
All
God
right.
damn, Lockett is terrible with decision making. She's still out there at the cart. Oh fuck, she's got Squib hostage now. Kill her.
Don't mind me. Just coming back to reality here. Yeah, I don't think. Actually, you know what? Lockett is out and about.
Sure.
Lava.
Lava.
Not
Can we see
sure,
that
but
Blava art again? I don't think we've seen that Blava art.
you did.
Yeah.
It was there last time.
Was it? I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I will show you yet again. Of course, on your way to get food, none other than Blava is the one that you need to talk to get it anyway. So, standing at the
Blava.
bar with her extraordinarily messy red hair,
You look so tired.
she is tired. Who knows when she slept last? Who knows how many cups of Emerald's tea she's been downing lately? We don't know. Hungry? Looks over at
Blava.
Belenos like, holy shit.
I have
What?
a very important question
We just
Nothing.
watched a
that will
chihuahua
make me very happy if you have them.
swim in the canal.
Do you have hotcakes?
Hotcakes?
Like the breakfast item.
Let me
Hot-
see. I
Hotcakes.
doubt it. Wow. Yeah, they do. Not only do they have hotcakes, they have all kinds of hotcakes with bacon
Oh shit!
infused.
They've got lemon infused.
Bacon hotcakes.
Lemon.
I don't eat meat, and I know you've already said that that's kind of weird, but can I just have some normal hotcakes and maybe some honey, and maybe some milk if you got milk?
We have goat's milk. We can make a fresh hotcake without any bacon.
Write that down in the book of grudges. No.
Sorry, what was the other thing you ordered? Milk,
Honey.
hotcake. Oh, and
Some
honey.
honey.
We can certainly add some honey. Okay.
Great. That's all I need.
Anyone else getting food?
We're just gonna do a look around the room. Who's eating what?
I would like whatever comes with the meat cup.
Gotcha. That would be stout and vodka. Would you like any food besides the bacon cup?
Oh, I thought it was part of a meal.
Oh, the entire special?
Yes, please.
Got it. Anything else?
I just need something simple. Just some bread and some boar meat, and perhaps just a cup of light ale.
Maybe a bit of cheese on the plate, round it out.
Yeah.
Now, what do you have for fowl?
About anything you can shoot?
Do you got any big ones?
You turkey lurkey.
Yes.
Let me see. Do they have, quote, any big ones for fowl?
Anything you can shoot? They're like, we got a rock in the back. It's
Yeah,
fucking wild.
The turkey they couldn't tame. They couldn't kill it. They couldn't slaughter it.
Yeah.
So they've just kept it locked up in a pen, just like
You can kill it. You can eat it.
you gotta wrestle it.
We don't have any dead large fowl right now, no, though we do have some large chickens and ducks and geese and things. You want one of our larger fowls?
Aye. One of them. a strong drink, and room just stops and kind of thinks for a minute. He's just gonna like look around the room and probably look at the first thing she sees somebody else eating and add that to the menu.
Okay. And this one?
Overbearing
Are
salad.
they getting any food?
Aye. What do you be wanting, dolls? They've got fish, they've got fowl, they specialize in boar. Some of the best I've ever tasted.
Rune, I think she's lived here longer than we've been here.
No, she's only been here a few times.
Oh,
You weren't in the meeting, you were unconscious under a table.
Can you
On
ask
the top of the table.
them? Can you ask them if they have very large fish, like the biggest fish?
Now, go ahead. You be ordering.
I don't have any money.
You can be ordering. Ask them if they've got big fish. You got it.
Do you have the biggest fish?
The biggest fish. I believe that's over in Dogaldi.
Yeah.
What do you mean by a big fish, dearie? The ones with all the big sharp teeth.
Fucking shark. An orca? No.
No.
Fish.
No, we have trout and salmon, those sorts of fish. The ones you find in streams and lakes around here.
but if you get 5 salmon, that's like a shark.
No.
Okay.
No.
How do you feel about a sampling to see which one you'd like the best for next time? What say you, Omnidas?
If they don't have shark, I will just take whatever there's a lot of.
Have you had shark before?
Yes. I grew up near the shore.
We'll
It's
take
my
a
favorite.
couple smoked trout. Give it a side of bread and cheese. Maybe some.
And what to drink? Omnidas.
Something bitter. And you think we got one of my IPAs? And yep, they.
Oh heck! One of them grass drinks.
Mm.
And they work out that there's a nice bitter drink. That is not the right PDF.
Yeah, let's just go with this Scorpion Weed Reserve. Nah,
I do have that priced if you really want it.
I know it's like 50 gold a shot or something ludicrous.
Just wait for that Shaska Venom Reserve shots.
Listen, sir, we can go real hard in the marketing of that. Like a
Yeah.
half exposed Shaska on the bottle of every.
Yeah. With my fluffy coat that I'm going to
Yeah.
ask for.
I can't wait.
We'll call it Shaska's Big Pimpin' Juice.
Oh, shit.
Damn,
The daddy juice.
Oh,
You.
Jesus.
Just
I'm sorry,
Tip.
Rune, we don't have any Scorpion Weed Reserve.
don't worry. We're gonna be heading to some of the bigger towns. Thank you for checking.
Do you
I'll
have
go with,
extract of a jellyfish?
what the fuck is a jellyfish? I'll go with one of the half and half bacon cups. Just
Okay.
the cup for me.
It's where they do like a shot to vodka, but then they put like liqueur in it that's like creamy. It looks like a floaty boy.
Sounds uncomfortable.
We can put some cream in some vodka for you.
Oh, not for me. I was talking about for Rune and yeah.
Now, you brought it up. Don't you want to be trying one?
I only drink.
I'll
on
go get us the
specialty.
table.
Not approval. We're just gonna
Okay,
be pair pressuring her.
now that Dad's gone, great. I'm gonna lean in the blava. So I've heard about this drink in dwarven culture. It's called Gutbuster.
Oh no!
Do you have it?
Oh, he's finally growing up. I'm so proud of you. Big old clap on the back, Shaska.
Favorite drink of the northern dwarves. Why?
Just curious if you had any.
No.
We can put it on the list.
I'd like to insight check her.
Insight checker.
I would like to read her body language if she's being cheeky with me or not.
That's my private stock, sir. Nah.
You can.
Them northern dwarves.
Yeah, 6 ain't tell you shit. You don't know.
No, what did I don't have anything to put on the table. I'm gonna put up. Never mind. I literally have nothing.
You we'll take care
That's
of it.
unfortunate.
We'll take a creamy drink for him.
Okay. Anything else?
That'll be great to start. And for the patrons you typically see around these parts, any capable trackers or folk you know that are looking for work?
We could send the cat.
A good portion of Nova's folk are hunters and trackers. Yes. Plenty of folk
Got it.
looking for work.
We've got some scouting we want done. Dangerous, willing to pay though. Do you know much about the mines up there and some of the surrounding call them locals, some of the greenskins?
I know that all the greenskins or vermin should be killed, and there are lots of mines around.
Right. Is it common for folks to be taken on contracts that have to deal with slaying greenskins, figuring out their whereabouts? Anyone you'd be recommended for the job? Any folks we should be asking around about? Capable scout, able to get in and out. Fine with a bit of danger. I mean, who's not out here?
Exactly. Who's not? Of course, you've met Soba. Most of his boys are capable. Don't usually get caught. Let's start there.
I know of a very sneaky cat, Rune, that I would love to send to that area.
That's a little rude. For now, how much do we owe you? Blah, blah.
I will be honest, I can't remember how much gold it would be right now.
Just come up with a number, dude. We don't know any better.
3.
It's more than that.
I think the King's
call it
Feast was like
6.
25 silver.
It was... The drinks were quite a bit. The food's quite a bit.
The drinks were like 5 silver, I believe.
Let's call it 6.
I can't remember right now, unfortunately.
And everything else was pretty fairly priced that we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty confident King's Feast was 25 silver and the drinks were 5 silver each.
I should be throwing out a number. I'm gonna need to get too bogged down on it, GM.
Yeah, let's just assume it's somewhere around a few gold tops. And I'll figure it out later.
Cool. How about this? We'll give her 5 and we don't have to deal with it later.
Okay, I'll say, 5 plus whatever Omnildaz give you guys for money, or whatever.
Yep. Yep, done.
Cool.
Yep, I got
It'll
it
be up shortly.
perfect. Rune will add up.
Belenos will follow.
Hopefully just talking loudly, like, we got work for people who want it, and then Rune can inquire around, like, hey, are you one of Soba's boys? Are ye one of Soba's boys? Like, she'll run into somebody eventually.
Interesting that you bring that up. I would be looking out for any dwarves that I recognize from that troop.
Nice.
Looking for By the Face, Carida, or Bosek.
They're probably dead in that cave we opened up.
Soba wasn't the one that went back to explore it. He wasn't part of the spelunking team, as
Not Soba.
Aaronloft told me.
But his buddies.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll
My
see.
question is,
That'd be cool though if you
with a
could tag one of
perception
them.
check, do I see any of those folks that I saw previously by those names?
Yeah, do a perception and an investigation for me.
Okay. Perception and investigation. So perception was 9, and an investigation was 13.
Okay. You don't see any of Soba's boys. You definitely catch Lockett out milling around the yard. You also don't see Soba right now. You do see some dwarves that you recognize in here. There's a few of the people who've been working on your cart. They look like they've been working their asses off for a couple days. And they're in here just like almost shaking, like eating their food.
The shakes.
Yeah, they're working overtime and some.
Bluff was like, we're gonna need that done now. They're like,
Remember that extra project I mentioned? We're doing that now. That's probably what she did. And some of them were like, I'm taking my lunch this is the last lunch I'm getting, isn't it? Right.
yes.
So that's mainly who you see up here right now is all the dwarves who decided to take a break before this big push.
So we don't want to bother any of them.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, guys?
Yeah.
We're going to leave them be. But I would want to have picked a table near anyone that fits the bill for the people that Ruin are looking for.
Okay.
Nice.
How about like you see basically not great candidates right now. I mean they're folk from here. They look like mainly carpenters, but you can position yourself, you can see people coming up and people exiting and going into the Golden Cup.
Good stuff.
Does that work?
Yep.
Cool.
Why don't we
Yes.
put the flyer up? That's how I used to find work when I did construction.
You can write, but you can't read.
No, I couldn't. My friend Darren would tell me where the flyers were, and he would just pull a tag off of where to go and tell me where to go, and I'd just bring it to them.
Can
But,
you draw?
I can draw pretty good pictures. I have pretty steady hands.
Well, now show me. You were talking about this ginky fella. I'd actually be trying to draw him. Rummages in back. No, I got something here.
No, I got parchment and paper and inkwell. Yeah, I guess I'll try and draw a picture of Ginkgo.
Go for it. Sleight of
What
hand
would I
and a
roll?
history combo.
Do you remember?
History.
A natural one.
He's got 3 eyes
Stick figure,
And now roll that sleight of
and a
hand.
greasy forehead.
20.
but a
There-
great stick figure.
So what I imagine, if you'll let me, what I imagine is he was like Ginkgo, and I was like, oh yeah, Ginkgo. But I actually draw like Veyron's mask, the blueprint from my brain, because that's just like stuck in my head.
Sure.
I was thinking you just like you draw Ginkgo like this beautiful like super scenic like he's like laying down in this like river of squirmy creatures and like this awesome mode of light. It's like this scenescape, but then you like look at the character and there's like no discernible features.
You
That
You
would
c-
also be really good.
you can do either the mask or the thing that I would make you draw. But I'm not going to tell you what it would be.
That sounds spicy, dude. Do that.
I'll do what you said.
Do you remember that big white fish? The crazy one with all the tendrils? The swirly one? It was the thing that when you touched Genko and you said light, you saw for just a moment.
Oh, yeah.
You draw that. So you basically shadow every part around the perimeter of what would be this weird
That's
fishy looking
cool.
thing, but there's no darkness where it was.
This is your you make some odd friends.
Not what I was
Yeah,
expecting.
I mean, yeah, he was here. This is like, yeah.
This is
I kind of
Ye-
forgot what he looked like, so I just kind of drew something I remembered.
oh. Okay, so Blava didn't have Blava send a message to a fish.
Prosta.
Oh,
He might be a
Oh.
fish.
right, Rosta.
I don't know. I've never
Look
seen a fish walk with 2 legs, but maybe he does.
Looking concerned.
So regarding the hiring of the
Mhm.
folk,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't particularly want to get involved with that, but I also don't want to like spend a ton of time doing it. How much time do you want to spend on that, Alu?
Honestly, I'm thinking probably having a cap of like 3 gold on this. The goal is finding somebody capable enough who knows that there's going to be danger, will be transparent, to go and do some preliminary scouting. What are, counterintelligence on these orc bands? Like, where are their scouts? How many? Can you get numbers? We'll give you extra if you can get more details about the tribe, but that's a bit out. We'll be there within a couple of days. We'll meet you there. Here's half the payment. We'll give you the other in a bonus if you give us some good spicy stuff, and just call it there. I don't care to RP it. I just want that to be in the works.
Weren't we worried about sending animals and like sending people would also be kind of bad?
So,
That's what I said. Yeah.
absolutely. That's why I'm hoping we find somebody who's kind of good. And
And then, real quick, like, so when you're asking these folks to, you're basically saying, hey, can you go scout and wait? Right? What are you hoping they will, what kind of information do you need them to gather? Like, what's the pitch here? Is it just like, is it location? Is it, like,
details
what all are
we're
you trying to
looking
get?
for, unique body count if possible, the type of equipment that they seem to be set up with, how cautious is this band, any unique features that you see, like, are they super bushcraft, do they seem to be outfitted, like any discernible details that might give us an edge or a better idea as to what we're going to be dealing
So
with here.
before you hire, I'm not saying not to, I'll just be real clear about what now I'm saying it too, Brasta Brasta told you. She said there's roughly 20, give or take. There's definitely orcs and goblins. It's hard to get a head count because they have walled perimeters periodically, and they have some cover. They said they basically tried to keep track of roughly the different shapes that have popped up on watch.
Okay.
They watched the perimeter of the entire camp.
Nice. The big thing in that case would be tree scout. Put somebody up in those trees. If in the next couple days we see a flyby, try and get some details about whatever that creature is. They say it flies low, it just stays in tree cover. If we can get somebody posted, we might be able to discern, like, is this...
So you're
What is
hoping to have someone go out there and spot and identify whatever this flying threat is, and then wait for you to tell you.
That's my initial idea. Thoughts, party? Because it is an idea.
I'm just worried, like Shaska was saying with that. I don't want someone to get killed for a couple pieces of gold, even if they need it that bad.
That would be their decision to be making. We're going to be putting our lives at risk for this. It's not our decision to make. We're clear about the terms, clear about what we'd be giving them, and hope that their skills come through. Some
So,
folk are good at making tree cover.
but what I'm thinking is I'm quite sneaky. I can turn invisible for an hour, but I can also blend in quite well with a tree by literally turning my skin to bark.
Oh,
I'm just thinking is maybe it'd be a better idea if we got close, set up camp, and then I go a couple
And
yards
save some
out,
gold.
save some gold, and I can go and sit and watch them for a day before we make our move.
I think we've got the best spy for it right here. I think that's a great idea. Miki, what do you think, Rune? Save gold, keep it in the family, as they say.
had me at saved gold. We're done. And are we wanting to hire any hands to be clear in the camp?
I
I
don't.
think we could hire some of Stetcha's group. They seem capable. Not
Sounds
Stetcha. It's not Stetcha. Is it Stetcha?
No.
It's Stetcha.
definitely.
So
Well,
are you
but-
talking about Soba or
We would-
Stetcha?
Soba.
We would really be outsourcing if we were like, yo, Obsidian!
Yeah.
Soba's group.
I don't really wish to share this victory with anyone else. I would like to be able to say that we can do the job.
Oh.
I-
Rise to it.
I don't care for gold, so but I can turn into animals and try to help how I can.
Do you have a
You would
list that
think.
you can like in your head, like of what animals you can turn into? Just so maybe we could assist you
What
in what
type
might
of
be
druid
best
are
in
you?
fighting.
Or are you not a druid?
We can be sending you with Miki for the scouting. But yeah, what kind of animals? Aminals.
Mostly furry ones.
A bear?
Sure.
Sure. That's a
A
sure.
wolf?
Yeah.
A big bear.
A bird?
Yeah.
Mm.
Dude, she's gonna turn into a dodo.
Can I insight check her? How certain was she on that fucking
You
bird?
can roll another insight check. Go for it.
Yeah, dude. Regardless of what you
14.
roll, she's still gonna look like a fish. Like,
Easy. We'll just ask her.
Yeah, she seemed pretty confident. Like, yeah, I could do that.
Dude, we could use her to like scout in the air while you're scouting on the ground.
that's
you know?
pretty
I
incredible.
don't want her to get shot out of the air though. If that thing's in the area and we don't notice
Dude,
it.
if the thing comes in shooting, we've got bigger issues to be worried about. Like, if this thing comes in shooting down every bird in the region, like, fuck.
Yeah. How does she feel about that idea? If we used her in bird form to do some scouting.
Well, let's
And
ask. If you
what-
turned into a bird and we asked you to do some scouting, how you feel?
I could fly around and look.
How good are you at retaining knowledge?
I'm not sure.
How good are you retaining things that you might get a chance to eat? Retaining the recollection of.
Oh, I can cook up a mean greenskin stew.
I'm not saying the green skin, I'm saying the flyer.
Right.
Ye-
Hey, wait now.
It's not lost on me that some of your favorite tastes are apex predators.
I really do
Perhaps
like
I can
shark.
increase your sampling.
I really do like shark.
Do you think it
I-
might taste like shark?
It might taste like shark.
I hear unidentified flying creature BFDs might taste like shark. Haven't been proven wrong yet.
There's something about being at the top of the food chain that just makes the meat just so much more succulent.
Roll
Maybe
a
it's the
persuasion.
essence of all the creatures that it has killed and consumed.
Rune's looking down at their hands like, whoa.
All right, so I'm actually going to use my inspiration on this perception if it's not good. Or on this
You can decide after the fact on
Persuasion.
on the inspiration
Ooh.
dice.
8.
You rolled
know
a
what?
2.
I'm going to use it because
All right.
I want her to scout for.
Can I give him guidance?
Sure.
Give him guidance anyways.
Give him guidance anyway.
Yeah, do it anyway.
Keep it to 30.
Give me a 30. Give me a dirty 30.
30-30.
Ooh,
That's not
give me
dirty
Bard-
30. That's
Did
a
I have
natty
bardic
30.
inspiration?
Sir.
You were handed a die at one point.
Dude,
I was giving you a
I'm
die.
going all in.
All right, so roll all them die.
Oh, 30.
30-30.
And what? Bless?
Another
Or is-
D4.
Oh,
Guidance.
fucking 34. Guidance, yeah.
33. A natural 20 to a 26 to a dirty 33. If it would taste like a shark, I should like to try it. Can we go
But
now?
First we must find it, then we must hunt it, then we must kill it, and at last we cook it and we
Brasta
feast.
gave us directions exactly where their cave is. We can find it easily. We should go soon.
We
I'm
should.
not going anywhere until I've eaten and rested. Omnilaws.
Neil
Well,
doesn't want that
I
fucking shark.
am happy to go scout now.
No. You know what happened to me when I went and scouted? I died.
I
You know
thought
how I
you
was
could-
saved?
Turn invisible.
Oh yeah, I died though still. They saw me. You know how I was saved?
All right. So,
How?
great God. I'm going to start digging through my pack, and I'll let J-Prof continue, but I'm looking for something in my bag.
Really like shark.
I was saved by Belanos here. Well, even Belanos' magic wasn't strong enough, and a literal god had to just give it a little bit of a bump to bring me back to life.
It did.
Yeah, Veyrun like totally touched your magic and went like, "Blah," and I was brought back to life. I was like full dead. Everything just like.
I tried my best.
Well, that wasn't your fault. I'm the one that got stabbed in the belly.
Oh yeah.
This is rather interesting. A god bumped Belenos.
But his magic. Not Belenos himself, his magic.
She looks so fucking confused right now.
But he did bump Mickey,
Yeah, back to life, and
as the story goes.
now I want to learn more about him to see, I mean, he did a big deal for me. The least I could do is learn more about him.
I found the thing I'm looking for.
What's the
I
thing?
hand Omnidos something small, something metal. I hand her a tiny spade for eating.
Spoon.
I just smile.
Where I'm from, we call them spades.
Nice to see that you're willing to spend this on something. I
You
want you to
told me
hold
the
on to
spoons
that
weren't real.
until we catch the beast. And you can eat it.
And
with
then
that spade.
spoons as a theory exists in the world.
Bro.
Terraria boss, you defeat a big flying creature, spoons have populated the world. Like,
I'm
Do
not going to
I
waste more
keep the
spoons on
spoon?
this.
Do I use the spoon?
What do you want to do with the spoon on the DOS?
I would like to eat.
Would you like to eat the shark of the skies with that spoon?
Any spoon would work.
But why don't you save that spoon until we do that? And after so, you can return it to me.
Okay. And she just like tucks it into her shirt.
nice.
Don't absorb it.
Don't. I just...
She just looks super concerned, like, what? Belenos
We've
over
got
here
a
about to have a
long road
stroke.
ahead of us. I hope she learns quick GM.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun. She's retained everything you've said so far.
No, about to man and some border prices.
Oh, we got to eat first, right? We just
What?
gonna like roll to see how that goes.
Oh.
I'm assuming you guys want to gloss over food unless someone pops up.
I choke.
No, you don't. We're just gonna give you CPR, which
Stop.
means one of your ribs is broken. Now.
My
he's-
vote is yes. That's just my vote.
It's really funny.
What was that?
A vote on what? Which vote?
To skip
Yeah.
food unless something actually
Yeah.
happens.
Yep.
Yeah, I just like time to grab a snack.
Yep. Omnidals just asks Rune not to because it will hurt Miki because he won't be expecting it, and I assume Rune just ignores him and does it anyways. Heimlich. You know what? Since you created this real quick, just roll me a medicine check and an athletics, Rune.
Sorry, little
I'm
one.
so sorry, guys. My goofs.
Just do it. It'll be
Yeah,
fine.
I'm just. Medicine's gonna be 7. Athletics is going to be at 22.
Yeah, you get it out. Miki's definitely bruised.
Correct.
1d4, Miki. And I
I'll
want to
roll a
wrap
D4.
back to... You take 4 damage. I want to wrap back to this conversation. Are you guys still looking to hire a scout? Last I heard, the plan is to use Omnidals.
Yeah,
I vote is no,
Omnidals
we use-
and
but-
Miki.
I'm Nelson Mickey.
So no scout.
Not
Thank
right
you for
now. We're
clarifying.
not letting her run away. But when the time comes, we'll use both of them. When we get closer, when we decide to go scout, we have stuff to wrap up in the town first. We're going to do that. And then I don't see why we can't start then.
Cool. All right, so you guys have a delicious meal. Omnildaz eats their food and is still hungry and would like more food. How much gold worth of food are you willing to feed her out of her own budget?
How much did she give us?
That bag's like 120 gold.
My vote is no more than 5 gold a day.
Okay. So she eats 5 gold worth of food.
Damn.
Just ribs after cheese
She's so
after
hungry.
roll after soup. And she gets to a point where she's like, I would like to try that flying shark next.
Some of the best meals you have to wait for.
You have to work for. That's the thing. You have to work for.
Sharks are hard to catch.
Yes. And you don't catch a shark alone.
Just
You
wait
need the
till
right-
you see a sky shark. Rude's gonna whisper to Shaska, like, are you serious? Do you really think it's a sky shark? What's that mean?
So you guys finish up your meal. Blah, blah, blah. People come in and out. Eventually, a couple like trapper boys do come in. But you all kind of like, nah, we're not doing that. The other things on the docket for town, I know you had mentioned you wanted to check in with Zuri to finalize that, and then maybe make Lavoy his snake enclosure. Or at least gather materials for him to do so. What do you guys want to do?
My vote is Zuri.
Okay.
The Zuri stuff is party matters.
Do you
Lavoy
want
stuff
to get into
Sure,
RP with
gonna-
Zuri, or is it just that you want to finalize the deal? Because the only thing left to
Personally-
decide is what percentage do you want in boar meat versus gold?
Yeah.
And he said at least it has to be at least 50% or greater boar meat.
Yeah.
And I'd actually like to RP it because Two Hands brought up a really cool thing of what he wanted, and I actually wanna see that.
We're getting that jacket.
If you're okay with that, Two Hands, because I know you wanted the jacket.
I'm
It is
okay with
useful
it.
for
So
resources.
before we RP something, let's talk it out. So my proposal earlier was boar meat for boar meat. It's a
Mhm.
clean exchange. We know we're going to lose gold on converting gold.
Yep.
Tusks and pelts. Exchange it for gold, with the exception of the white-haired one, and that would be my item. Or the thing I wanted to
Mhm.
do something with, and if anyone else wanted to do anything else with any other pelts before we train him in. But we hadn't made a deal for the husks or for the tusks and the pelts. And meat for meat, we'll get a couple boar heads. No questions asked. Just need some fresh boar heads, and then that would get us some brains for the road
Like that
we can
serious nod. Yep.
that we can
Don't have
honey.
no questions asked.
And then
Mhm.
I have a secret thing that I want to ask him away from Rune.
Oh heck. You can do that while I get a snack in real life.
Well, I mean,
Sci-fi
you're gonna
room.
find out eventually whether I tell you now or not. I want to ask him to make tusk knuckles, or see if I can so that you can have like brass
Knuckles.
knuckles with tusks on the end of them.
I think as hell.
Technically, is this boar considered a magical creature? Are these magical busts?
They are magical.
Cestus. Magical fucking boar tusk cestus. Let's go.
Bro.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember which document I need to go to check on the exact pieces of that boar, but just give me a
Yo,
second.
that's
Well,
kinda
I would
wicked.
think that if the boar's got magical attack property on its stat sheet, then maybe that would give you a
Take
faster
some of
answer.
its teeth.
Like I literally have it listed. I'll find it.
Oh.
Nice.
While you're looking that up, we
Mhm.
need to figure out how many boar
Super
heads
cool.
we need to agree on. So, how much has we been eating so far?
Well, it's an interesting question because I don't know how much I mean, we know how much he's been eating, but not necessarily how much he needs to eat. He could just be eating because they're around.
Could just be a
But-
fat cat, like
Like I think a brain every other day is probably enough to get him by, if I'm being honest, but that's speculative.
we see
Okay.
him stop moving lively like.
You could ask the Nauticron.
So the tusks for the bigger boars, they're bigger than you would want for something on your fist. They're like literally like short sword
Yes.
sized. You could turn
Yes.
them into short swords.
So my question then
That'd
with
be
that,
really cool.
They would be,
Could
you know,
you-
hardened bone short sword.
Dude, that would
Do
sound
they-
so cool.
how hard would it be to like drill finger-sized holes inside of a tusk.
What?
If I were to make him literal like brass knuckle boar tusks.
You need a hand drill. Tap and a hand drill.
Like, let me just... Okay, so I understand you want to have your hand attached to this boar tusk. Like, what's the orientation of this boar tusk? Is it
So I'm literally thinking, so if this is
Am
the
I
boar
Talum
tusk, and
now?
it is round like this,
Mm-hmm.
literally putting some holes so that through the boar tusk he can put it in so he has short sword,
Riddick
punchy...
swords.
Riddick
You're just
Yeah.
talking about like a trench knife style, right?
Yeah.
Riddick
So he can wrap
short
around so he
swords.
can punch things with it too, because sometimes he might need to do bludgeoning damage.
You basically hear like somebody... You've seen trench knife style guards on a few folks out here. It's not that hard to do that kind of a guard. You can try and do that with the bone, but what would probably make more sense is like having an actual metal handle and grip wrapped, and then have that attached to the tusk, and have the tusk turned into whatever bladed shape that you would want for a short sword. So it's
Then I will
basically...
keep those in and make a project out of it.
It would be
Tusk.
short swords, just with a trench style full hand guard grip.
That sounds so cool.
Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that works.
You guys can either try and do that yourself, or if you bring the tusks, there's a few folks around here who would offer to do that. About 2 days work, 10 gold a pop to make those.
Nice.
Rune, can I have 20 gold?
What?
What? I'm trying to do
Yeah.
something.
Like, you just hear like one of the boar tenders like, yeah, I make those as a hobby, like over the gate.
Dude. Now
Can I
I
have
want
10 gold?
tusk brass knuckles. Like just carved tusk knuckles.
Some bony knuckies.
Yeah.
You could do
Just
that
for the
out
cool
of
factor.
the smaller ones more easily. Like, you guys got plenty of those.
Then
Yeah.
actually,
If you
Can I
wanted to do
retcon telling you-
tiny tusks into brass knuckles, that'd be 2 gold one day per knife / knuckly thing you make.
Oh, the magic boar one.
Rune,
Maybe.
forget I asked you. Shoska.
Tuska.
can we
Hey.
use out- So Rune is getting the boar spears, yeah, and they can throw them and all that. But do you think we could pay to make the things out of the magical boar tusks so that Rune has magical weapon?
Rune just looks perturbed and incredulous at the idea of throwing a boar spear.
If it works.
I'm
Maybe.
not whispering. You can't hear me.
Okay, Rune brushes it off and does rune things. Probably nothing good.
I'm not versed in these ways. I don't know if the magic would hold if we manipulate the tusk, assuming the tusk is magical.
Well,
Very
if
accurate
not, at least
statement.
it'll look very cool.
It would look cool, but
They're at least
You can
very
pick it up with my
hard,
cut.
durable tusks. You know that much. Like, it's very fine for boar ivory. Whether they're magic and whether a bushcraft guy out here could retain magic while shaping it, probably not.
Take one of them magic,
Though-
the other one's just a club.
I'll say you guys would have the awareness to realize, if anything, these tusks might be able to be imbued with an enchantment. If the crafting was done by a skilled enchant, like the dwarven smiths could probably do something. Even
I
an
say
elf.
We could do one, save one.
What's up, Shashka?
I think we should hold on to the magical tusks, not the magical tusks, but the good tusks. Hold on to the good
white boar
tusks.
tusks. Yeah.
Trade everything else. That's just what I've been trying to say.
Cool. And you wanted that in gold and spare some of that to change for some boar heads and maybe pay a couple folks to make some boar knuckle trench knives around town. Sound good?
How sold are you on the boar knuckle trench knives, J Prof? Do you want that, or do you
I
want
want
save
them
it?
to be magic. I want them to be magical for Rune.
I say
so
we just save
can
the good
save 'em.
stock for
Yeah.
Halidor. Okay.
Yeah. Even Kivrid,
Okay.
one of those two, would probably have a nice, talented enchanting smith. That's been... People around town are like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. You don't do magic rune carving out here. You take your heirlooms and you bring them to the city. So no bushcraft weapons. just want to get some gold kind of a thing. Sound right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
And meat, and at least 4 heads if they're not cheap, and if they are cheap, then maybe some more.
He's not opposed to letting go of the heads for pretty cheap. So you guys would still be in the positive. How many boar heads do you want?
How's that sound, Elenos?
4?
8 boar heads.
8? That sounds good.
Cool.
That tracks to our long-term projected time doing the mission.
Cool.
At 1 every other day.
And there's always whatever we can scavenge.
Yeah. So that works for me. So I think we have an idea of the type and what we want to trade for, and the only pelts that we don't want to trade for gold are the white pelt.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Good call.
And I'd like to turn that into a coat. A coat, something like this. I'll post it in our chat.
The snattiest of coats.
Okay.
What do you want it to go in?
In character.
The eternal wisdom of Shuck. Oh, heck.
All right, let me go over here.
What's the eternal wisdom of Shut?
Snatty vibes.
Oh, okay. One of those. Got it. I mean, honestly, that design's simple enough. They could do it out here.
Then I'm cool with that.
Yeah. All right. It might take them just a couple days to do that. That fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, we'll either get it coming or going.
Cool.
It's gonna look so cool. Like, what creatures out here have crazy white fur?
Just for the
Only
record,
the dangerous ones.
Yes.
So we've got white boar coat, 8 heads, and the rest in gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
And the boar meat.
The rest of the tusks and furs. Yeah.
Yes.
I imagine keeping the 2 white boar tusks as well.
He asks
if
you need keep the white boar tusks. Yuri asks if you need any of that gold now, or if it's fine to just have it as part of when they load everything up.
That's fine.
Basically, convenience to me to do math later.
Yes.
Yep. So, gold and goods later. Do you want me to tell you what those goods are now, or just pop it in your sheet when it's done?
Just pop in the sheet.
That's 1 for that. Anybody care to know what he's going to give you? It's fine if not.
Is it? I'm interested in knowing. Yes.
Okay. Let me pop that.
Unless it's a extra work.
No, it's just scrolling down slightly.
We'll need to use our safe deposit box before we go north in the wagon.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to pop this into chat, and I'll also read it out. Of course, this won't actually keep my punctuation. But he's giving you 10 rations of dried pork, 10 rations of salted pork, 9 rations of hickory smoked ribs, 7 rations of maple smoked pork, 6 rations of pickled pig's feet, 10 rations of pork confits, not comfits. And that's basically pork salted and cooked in its own fat for a long time and sealed. It lasts for months. He already had some on the rack, so he gave you some of those. 9 rations of bacon, and 7 rations of honey, pork belly, and berry preserves.
Nice.
Rune will point out the berry preserved ones and be like, "Look, they got something for ye, Mickey."
It's basically
That's really nice of them.
It's like a big hunk of pork belly just submerged in honeys and berries and spices.
Yep.
Oh, no, thank you.
Shooketh.
Alrighty. So, I think next on the docket would be Lavoy. Yes.
Lavoy.
All right.
Yes. The boy, oh boy.
So, are you going out and grabbing these goodies and like bringing it to him, or are you trying to take him out and show him where to get stuff? Like, what's the plan roughly?
Are we teaching him to fish, or are we just giving him fish?
You were going to help Lavoy with his snake pen, right?
I just
Today?
lost track of who we were speaking of. So, yeah, I think it'd be good to take him with. Maybe we can go out as a group if there's interest and find some of the stuff, bring it back, set it up for him, and
Cool.
go from there. Collect his notes, and if Shuck wants to have Belanos exchange anything with him, that's a great opportunity for them to meet. And I would also like to ask if he had considered my offer about hunting the vermin for sport, even if they're dead, like, hey, did you get any rats and mice? Because I could use them, because we talked about that. So there's quite a couple things.
Yep. So off the bat, and I'm just trying to gloss over it instead of getting out all the nitty gritties because there's more to get to. Off the bat, roll me nature with advantage because your snack, and then roll me survival check for just luck out in the hills.
Okay. Nature with advantage. Guidance.
Sure.
Bardic
Do you guys?
inspiration.
J. Crew, you want to give any?
Can I have some bardic inspiration on this, J. Crew?
Sorry, I was responding to a message. Bardic inspiration, yeah, I'll give it to you.
I would like to be inspired.
Yeah, I got you.
So that's a
Inspired
dirty
guidance.
20 and guidance and Sparty Barty. So 24.
Yeah. On the nature.
Oh,
So
heck.
that's, you know exactly what to put. You look around like, oh yeah, I would love to lay on that. Now roll a survival just for luck in the hills.
Bardic inspiration again.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Survival.
I just imagine I'm walking around following you, just bing ding ding
14.
14.
Cool.
Great.
Cool. And then Belanos, essentially I'm just gonna say, unless you guys have anything opposed, after you tied it with Zuri, you went up to like Lavoy's door, knocked on there, and it was like, all right, let's go. Maybe you went and looked and see like, all right, yeah, that's the size of the pen. All right, let's go grab some shit. Let's get some buckets or whatever, right? And then just head out. Does that sound about right? Anything different you guys would want to do with that plan?
Nah.
Okay.
Think I'm game.
And Belanos, anything you'd want to chat with Lavoy about while you guys are honestly both quite exhausted? You're more exhausted than he is, but
Just apologize for taking so long with his notes and explain. It's been a wild couple hours and we haven't had a chance to actually sit down and do the deed, and beg for his patience.
Oh, they did deeds, just not that one.
Yeah.
Would you guys tell Lavoy about signing up with Brasta to go and take care of the rock and all that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he would basically be like, "Oh, it's no problem at all. Especially if you're going to be in town for a while. It's as long as they're in a safe place and I get them before you leave, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Belanos. You look like you need some rest."
It has been an interesting few hours since we last spoke. Thank you so much for your understanding. I truly appreciate it.
More interesting than fighting Werebor and a dragon?
I just give him a look.
It was bronze, by the way.
At least as interesting.
If you want to make note of that, it was a bronze dragon, Lavoy.
It was? How'd you figure that out?
He was on the roof.
Yeah, I was. Well, no, I mean, it's found the bird, and the Birdman talked to me and told me that he saw it was a bronze dragon.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
got
bird
it.
that thinks it's a god.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Kind of like
It
how
looked
you
like-
talk to my falcon.
yeah. Except it talked to me in Hydrow.
Mickey,
Oh.
we need to. It's just deepening concern.
That's
In
interesting.
case you're curious, this is what. No, that's not right. Rise
Okay.
of Blind. This is what it sounds like. This is just Hydrow. Can you believe it?
Oi, we got the Uteron back if we want to save a trip.
Okay. Thanks,
Well,
Miki.
you probably don't know what I was saying.
No. No. Well, and he's basically just like really basically seems hungover and exhausted. You guys are doing this like late afternoon hike, getting all these rocks and buckets of sand and sticks and things like that. Shashka,
Just
you
trying to be
find
there, man.
really good stuff. And are you like explaining to him like why this rock, why that rock, kind of a thing? How's that going, Shashka?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would set this up like as I would enjoy it if I were in snake form.
He's trying really, really hard to retain all of it, but he does seem quite just distracted. Especially after, like you mentioned, talking with birds again. It got him pretty distracted. He's trying really hard to focus, though.
Well, I mean, it's just job security, I guess. So
Is what
I'm
it
going to
is.
let it go, but I am going to tell him, the boy, I need your eyes. And I need your record keeping.
Yeah, I keep my eyes on the skies.
We're going to be going up north to the mines, fighting the greenskins. I hear that they have a flying beast of their own.
Yeah, I may have peeked it from time to time. It is big, but I haven't gotten a clear line of sight on it. Wings are bat-like, not bird-like.
That's good to know.
Nighttime or daytime sightings?
Dusk and night.
Prime hunting time. I see.
It's always been around that region, a day or two away from the mine. Well, thank you. How much do I owe you, Shashka?
For what?
This. Breaking me out a hike in the middle of the day when you have business to do, trying to teach me what to get. The company. And, honestly, making my Boromir happier.
You need to pay
Raise
for
a
the
hand.
company of friends. Nah.
All in a day's work.
Has your falcon had a chance to catch any rodents or vermin? Have you given a thought to our deal that we spoke of?
I have seen them catch things, and then they fly off into the forest.
To feed
Oh,
the
the
little ones.
babies.
I see.
I don't know how to talk to birds like you guys do. I know the clicks and signals and whistles that we know to do things together, but communicating, hey, can you stop feeding your babies and bring me some mice is really hard to get across. And I'm not sure
That's
they do
fine.
it.
That's fine.
I
Just curious.
I do buy my rodents from lava, though. I heard they might have been hiring someone to help them catch more.
I tell you what. Are they fairly cheap? I imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Buy me a good amount, and I'll be very happy.
I can do that. Like
I don't want to. I don't want to unsettle you, but enough to feed several crates of snakes.
A barrel? Like a full barrel of rats?
How much would that?
I don't know if there's that many rats around. That's a lot of rats. I
There's a
hope
lot of
there's not
rats.
that many rats around. She's just scratching his head like, what the hell?
Don't worry, we'll take up the local
Anything that fits
local
in her
rat
hand,
problem.
grab it.
Can you just get me a reasonable amount, and then we'll call it square?
He'll get you some rats. All right.
Yo,
So-
a barrel of rats. What a sight.
You guys end up going back to his room, and
The letters for the magic items that he's interested in, right?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm working on those. I'll send them with you after you get back from the mines. Yeah.
Just making sure that as players and GM that I'm keeping that on the docket. That's all.
Yep. And he's gonna
Got a lot of-
he bring up. I'll definitely pay you the standard courier fee. It's no problem. Not a big
Problem
deal.
for me either. Okay.
All right. And I assume you help him like pick up Bomir and actually put the shit in there and not just leave him with a pile of buckets and a scary snake.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll do
Okay.
him a
Look,
solid.
no.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to get back to work. It was nice seeing you again, and I'll see you before you leave Nova.
Safe, my friend.
Thank you, Lavoy.
Thank you all again. And don't worry about the notes so much. Just, take care of them.
Have you met our newest addition? Whatever her name is, Omnivore.
Omnivore? Omnildas.
Omnidas. And I'll
Omnidas.
just do a proper
Omelet
introduction.
does.
Yeah.
Omni/.
Yeah,
Oh, heck.
I assume, like, blah, 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 Aramloth, blah, 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 blah,
Yep.
blah. Yep.
Give him a little intro.
Yeah.
We're showing her the ropes.
And they'd be like, oh, you're Aramloth's niece. I heard about you. And, like, shake. And you have some... You're going to have fun with these guys. Like, that kind of a thing. And he does give her, like, a look of, like, oh, God, is she going to die? Like, that's definitely the look that he throws her away. So you
Oh,
wrap
no.
all that up. Anything else you want to do with Lavoy at this time? Nope.
No.
Okay.
Nah, I think I'm good with the boy. You guys good?
Anything you guys want to do before y'all decide to rest and go to the next part of whatever y'all want to do?
Let me just check my note real quick.
Okay.
I need to do the venom vials.
Okay. So you swing by the store. Wait, did I make art for the store person? I don't think so.
I also I thought of a way for us to like controlled access on these snakes so that they don't like go everywhere
Mhm.
if that is important. Basically, we have a bunch of crates on the cart and some of these crates are filled with snakes. We empty one crate and we create either like a latch or a hole in that crate or maybe even just take the lid off of the crate and set it aside. We pry loose like a board on each of these snake crates. I'm not saying we remove the board yet, but we pry it loose. Maybe we remove it and leave it flat on the top of the crate.
Mm-hmm.
We then take the crate with the lid and put it on top of the snake crate upside down, and we can slide the lid out. I'm inside the empty crate on top of the snake crate. We slide the lid out. I pull the board off of the box, let one snake crawl up or reach in and grab a snake. If I get bit, whatever, I don't care. Pull one out or pull as many out as I want, and then I can put the board back and then just, cheesecloth or something, stretch over the vial and milk the snake, put it back. And then that way, like, we don't lose snakes. I'm in a closed environment. No one else is at risk. I can see in the dark. It should be fine.
Yeah. It sounds like a
that
good
would be
plan.
like our go-to approach for just controlled access to these snakes without endangering it.
Yeah. So with all that, sounds like a solid plan. Roll me in animal handling just for efficiency, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then I see that message, J. Crew. I will describe what's next here, and you can decide at that point. Oh yeah,
That's 15. a 15.
That's pretty good, man. You get through like, say you flip one. You're doing like one crate. So you're doing one right now just to see how this goes with this setup.
Yeah.
You get through like most of the snakes until you get to the point where you're like accidentally picking up a dry one. You're like, damn it. And there's a few that have been like, no, you can't have this snake's booty. But you get like a good 75% of the snakes milked. And that's a lot of venom. So congrats.
Hell yeah.
Which one of the crates would you want to do first?
I would do the most exotic, so the cyan vipers first. I
Cool.
imagine those are the most
jungle.
exotic of those.
Yeah, those are jungle snakes. So.
Hell yeah.
Cool. So you get whatever. We'll figure out the math on that. But that was a good haul. That was a good round.
That's probably 2 full vials.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's a lot. There's a lot of snake milking.
So, assuming the next steps for your party is to go back down into your conference room bunker and try and get a full night in with some dinner and get ready and fresh for tomorrow. And then at that point, you guys are probably heading towards the Greenskin camp. Does that sound right?
If the cart's done.
Yeah, we'd probably pack up at the safe deposit box, and then I'd think, we'd start our scouting.
That's one thing too. I'll get to that, but so Miki, you just said you'd wait till the cart's done. Do you want to wait until the cart's done before you scout, or do you want to go and scout and come back and then do the run? What's the plan?
I would prefer that we scout only a day out before we plan to attack, but that's just my personal opinion of how we should do it. Just like how Shaska was saying of having the what's it called? In case shit goes awry, we have all our shit there and we can make an attack impromptuly.
Yeah. Would we want to bring our cart for that?
I
For the
wouldn't.
attack?
Not for the attack, but it'd be hard to stay. We have time to think about our strategy, because we haven't talked about our strategy yet. We've talked about some options, right?
Mhm.
Well, at least I think we should bring Killua.
Well, he's a good boy.
It's going to be hard to be stealthy with a large beast.
Fuck.
That's
So-
the main thing. Is like, what approach do we want to go? Because I'm thinking if we could start murking some of their like scouts, you all are really good at murking scouts. Like, oh hey, there's just a snake.
And maybe we could actually capture one and interrogate it and get some info on what's going on. Maybe even use it as a guide to have them lead us to some more information. So there's definitely some things that we can do. Yeah. Dude, Belanos is...
If we can take one of their scouting parties out, and then before they realize that the scouting party's gone, use that as like an in to do, like basically hit and run.
Mm-hmm.
People brains, man. Those are prime free people brains.
It's free.
But if we do
I-
capture one too, I can always do Zone of Truth. I can do Command. We can
Oh,
force
I
them
can
to
cast
talk.
a sphere of darkness on it and then force you to use your stupid Void
Got it.
Walker, super cool, make your brain melt shit
What?
okay.
while they're
So-
in complete darkness.
So you guys
devoid
are
of
going to
all
get a
senses.
full night's rest. You're going to get dinner. You're going to probably talk about a plan a bit tonight and then a bit more in the morning. One
Yeah,
thing
one
I
dinner.
forgot and I need to have happen. Miki, you need to roll me a con save.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Inko said stay in light, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in light, have we not?
Yeah, that's what the con save's for.
16.
Okay, and now roll me the wisdom save.
Oh, I closed it. Hold on. Wisdom. Ooh, 5.
Okay. So yeah, your eyes hurt a lot in the sun. It's kind of like coming out of a totally dark room into a really bright day. That kind of pain. Your body's handling it pretty well.
Still
Your
suck.
your instincts are telling you, they're screaming at you to stay out of the light and to close your eyes and to get away from this. It's telling you, you're going to lose your damn eyes. You're going to go blind if you stay in this light. This is burning us. This is killing us. Our eyes my eyes, they're gonna die. But you're able to will through it. It's almost inverse. You're willing to muscle your way through it and just be like, nope, I'm gonna just have this pain. This is great. This is fine.
Oh fuck! I need to talk to Ginkgo tonight too.
Okay. Okay. That's fun. So.
Yes, preserves the leftover boar brains and chrysalis fluid as they sprout claws and tendrils and just kind of remove
Well.
themselves from their home.
Well, vinegar wasn't working, so
So,
agree.
all right. Let's do a little rundown of the night. So, Belanos, you'd like to, take a barrel or crate and scrape as much of this honey fluid into it that's in your basement cellar, and then plop the 8 boar heads in there and give them something to roll around in. Sound good?
yeah.
All right.
Just to keep the oxygen off them.
This is an awful, awful sound that I'm imagining.
And then Shashka, you're trying to get some rats. Let's just say you go to Blava and she's like, yeah, they're like a couple of copper. I don't give a shit. Here's some. And you get some rats and some warm, fresh boar meat, and you can feed some snacks. You can even have that be part of the milking if you want, whatever, or you can just, if you're a snake, here, come here, snakies,
I'll probably just throw it in the crates.
Yeah.
Go eat it.
And then, yes, Brasta would find you guys in the Golden Cup later that evening after she'd taken care of her day's errands and would show you to the vault. Essentially what she ends up doing is she leads you over to... Come on. You can do it, roll 20. I think it's shift-click. It'll even work. Whoa. She leads you to this door, which is actually a metal door with very dark, like bedrock stone encasing it. It actually has a symbol of a dragon carved onto the front. And she explains to you that this is the bunker. If we actually do have a real threat, nothing's getting in here. And she opens it up, leads you through some hallways. You can see there's actually like shelters and stuff. She kind of gives you a tiny tour. Says there's some areas in here you cannot go in, and you should not be in here without the town elder. And then she leads you to kind of the vault room, and there's like a few just branching off. Yeah, there's a few branching off, like little tunnels going here and there. And she like points up to the symbol of the rune mark. It matches the head of the key that you guys have. And she takes you down some stairs, and then they just literally go to a wall of stone. I'm assuming that you guys use your key. Yes?
Yeah.
Cool. So,
Also, good time to pass the bandit head off just in the background.
yeah. The key like sinks into the stone as if the stone wasn't there until it gets to the top of the key. You can like move it around. It's really, really weird. Like it's
That's
almost in
cool.
water. And eventually you just hear this like low grating sound, and the stone starts to just kind of shift and meld and tear apart in this kind of gooey way, opening up this portal to go into this dark room. And there's a like 8x8x8 cube.
That is solid. Literally and figuratively.
This is yours. I'll take my leave. I'll be at the
Man.
top of the stairs.
That's almost like 9 cubic meters. Pretty sweet.
And you guys can put whatever you want in there. You don't have to tell me now either. It's just imagine it's done. Anything that would fit.
So my thoughts initially would be most of our like preserved type food stuffs.
It is a
I'd like
nice,
to
cool
have-
shell. Like it's basically a cool, dank, like not dank, but cool, dry sheller style environment. Yep.
Our adventuring gear we should keep, like all that rope that we bought, the chains, everything like that, the hunting traps, the cages. It's all good stuff to keep. But like stuff that's slowing us down, like now that I've fed the snakes, I don't see why we can't put them in there. I don't want to let them loose.
They
Are
need
these
oxygen.
vented?
Okay, one more time, J. Crew, real quick. Are they what?
They need oxygen.
That is a point.
How does the magic work for that?
It really is an airtight room. But if you wanted to like leave your snake somewhere, you could probably talk Lavoy into letting you do that.
No. No.
Hey, man.
Can you keep my crates in your house? Sure, man, no problem. Crates just
Don't
start
open 'em.
writhing. It's
Don't
rattling.
open them. Dude, I'll do that. I'm totally gonna do that.
Just you could roll persuasion if you want, but he wouldn't say no at this point. If you know what I
Nice.
mean.
Yeah, I've got him.
Just kind of that uncomfortable, like, sure. Okay. All right. So you put your 3 crates in Lavoy's apartment. And he's just like the bird's not going near those crates. Just nah. All right. You got all that. It sounds like you all want to do some planning. I know, J. Crew, you're very, very tired.
I'm okay. If you guys want to keep planning and all that, I'm okay if you can put just a cover over my spot.
We should stop if you gotta go.
I think it's a great spot to stop.
I'm about to pass out, so
Yeah, this is a good spot, I think.
Okay. My last question before we stop. Are you guys going to let Omnildaz go off and come back? Or are you going to tell her to no, wait, we're going all together?
I would like her to wait for her safety, but I'm a pros and cons. She would probably be more stealthy by herself. What do you guys think?
no, she should stay with us.
You know, I think that we have so much good scouting potential in our party. Shaska can literally be a snake. They can be a bird. Miki's just a stealthy boy. Probably not a good idea. Belanos, that would be up to you. Like, you maybe stick with Rune, but I think you 3 make a really solid core, and you could all stick close enough to each other for support. You know?
Sounds like you'd like Omnildaz to wait.
Yep.
Yeah, fucking, yeah.
Let's have her wait.
Alrighty. Then we shall wrap it up here, and we won't go look at camps. No worries.
Don't
What did you
get
do to
just-
camp? All right.
Don't get the sky shock today.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if we just took a quick peek ski?
Right.
I have like a cute little like campfire talk type thing that I want to do for Almildos and maybe for Rune if she's interested. But maybe we'll do that on the road or something.
I
guess-
campfire talk.
We're probably all like in game pretty tired from the night, right? Because none of us actually had like a full night's sleep.
Yeah, there's one. Let's see. What I'd like to do, if you'd allow it, or we could wait till next time. There's just one little piece of Belanos' rest that's different.
Oh,
That's all.
Ooh.
Just one little thing.
I want to
Just-
know.
just one little thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to.
does
see it
does
sometime.
people be interested in that?
Yes.
Okay.
I also
I'm gonna
want to
save
talk
my
to
shit.
Ginkgo, but I want to save that from when I'm more cognitive, so I'd rather wait till the beginning of next session to do that
So-
real quick.
Let's just say, Miki, you're waiting until Belanos wakes up for you to do your rest.
Okay.
And Belanos is doing theirs first because they're exhausted, basically. All right. So, actually, I'm not going to move it yet. Belanos, you go into your normal kind of whatever routine you have for meditating. And as soon as you're kind of in your nice, calm, meditative state, and you feel your body's different, a lot of things are different, and then you're realizing your library is different. Like down around a bend that used to end in a wall, there's a corner and a hallway going to the left.
Ooh.
Oh dear. Well, wouldn't be Belanos if I didn't go take a look.
All
Yo,
right.
who's been on my work computer?
So you take that left, and that hallway, it goes down into a basement. The stairs eventually, it goes from whatever kind of carpentry or carpetry, whatever you design your floors like. Eventually, they wear and change into worn stone. And you go down and pass a couple corners left and right and you find yourself in this kind of echoing sound coming around a corner until you land here. Just give me a second.
Oh, heck.
Yo.
Yo, Bellanos, you gotta invite me to this basement party sometime.
So,
Bro.
Belanos, you are here. Let me zoom out for this stream. You just hear this kind of hum echoing into this stone chamber. This ancient, lost, dusty, unkempt chamber. On the sides of the walls are these 2 tall stone pillars going up almost 100 feet on the left and the right. Ahead of you are these steps up to a pedestal that are far too large, but there are some small stone steps carved into those steps as well. And you can see up ahead of you, there's some kind of altar. And once you look past those steps and those last pillars, there's nothing but the endless void of what appears to be space.
I will approach the altar.
Okay. As you're walking forward, you can see some of these. This used to be almost a flat plateau, but there's these strange, almost plant-like tentacle things that appear to be made of stone, maybe fossilized, that had broken through the floor in this place. And as you continue picking your way through, kicking the dust up, the air kind of full of these little particles, you make your way up to the plateau, past more and more tentacles, turn to stone, up more and more steps, and the hum just gets louder and louder. Now on this pedestal, there's a familiar-looking skull. It's the one that was made of crystals, or had been crystallized. It's intact. There's also a strange little chrysalisk, almost the same size as the skull, sitting on the table as well. I'm zooming in here. And then there's your medallion.
Like my holy symbol?
There's an exact replica of your medallion sitting on the table. Your holy symbol with the silver chain sitting on the table as well. And now that you're up here and you can see past the pedestal, there's what appears to be like a plank, a final bridge out into the void, and the strange, almost scorch mark spreading out on all sides from the center point at the end of the plateau.
This like representation of myself that's in the Mind Library Palace,
Mm-hmm.
does it have, like, do I have my own holy symbol?
You do.
How unusual.
You're dressed how you're normally dressed in your own mind.
I think out of sheer curiosity, I'm going to step out onto the plank and just gaze into the void.
Oh boy, roll a wisdom save.
Oh boy. Did I
Stare
do
into
a
the void,
bad?
does the void stare back?
You stepped into the fire pit.
17.
Okay. That beats the DC, so that's good.
Oh, that's
Give me 1 second here. Sorry, J. Crew will be done soon.
You're good, you're good.
I had timed it to midnight, and I'm trying to slam stuff.
You're good, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Okay. It's going to take me 1 sec to dig this up. But you do feel that kind of burning sensation when you look too intensely into somebody's eyes. It almost feels like every star out in this void is an ion of itself. And you're looking into all of them, and they're all looking into you. While I navigate folders.
Stars.
Where is it? Dang it. Alright, I have it in my notes. I'm going to find this before we go. How does Belenos feel and react to that kind of sensation standing out here? Are you just taking it all in?
Yeah, I think feeling like the stars are like a consciousness, I think reminds me of what I discovered in the book most recently, which was basically how the stars kind of formed like a gestalt consciousness that my order originally derived their powers from.
Nice. Okay. Just running. Oh,
So
I'd
that
moved
little
him.
larva looks like from Full Metal Alchemist when Envy gets blasted into a tiny worm. That's what I'm thinking of.
And it's crying in the jar.
Yeah, so cute.
I'm struggling to find the art right now. But let's just say you get the feeling that behind all of these small eyes, there's two big ones staring back at you that you can't perceptually see. You can feel them.
Ooh, the void eyes. Ooh.
Yes. You're getting spoofy woofy void eyes back out at you. You can't see them, but they can see you, and you can feel them looking through you. And you already rolled me that D100, so you will wake up with no ill effects tomorrow. That was for tonight. Does that make sense, Chuck?
Yes, I follow. I'm
Okay.
thinking if there's... Yeah, I think... God, I am curious, but I'm also very hurt.
You are pretty banged up.
I think Belenos is going to he's going to stare out into the void and try to look like resolute and brave, even though he's probably like shaking a little bit.
Oh.
And then for
So
now he'll
What
Go
does Belenos do in his mind, in his spirit, to be brave, even when he feels like he's not?
I think he reminds himself the whole purpose of his order is knowledge. There's no such thing as forbidden knowledge or bad knowledge or knowledge that's off limits or knowledge that isn't worth having. So even though this is absolutely terrifying for him right now, it is still information that he has access to that possibly nobody else does, and that's worth having.
You should roll me religion right now with advantage, actually.
Okay. 18.
18 and 18. Solid 18.
It's a sign.
You feel kind of, God, what is the word? Bolstered? Like, there's almost an acknowledgement. Not quite admiration, but you get the sense that acknowledgement is a pretty big deal for what you're putting out there right now and what's looking at you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It's like if something that is bigger than your comprehension gave you a nod.
I think he's not going to say anything out loud, but in his mind, even though this is all taking place in his mind, I think he's thinking very clearly, I'm going to understand you.
That's awesome. Roll me a wisdom save.
Get brained.
24.
Whoa!
You beat the DC.
Oh God. These horrors shall not be beyond my comprehension.
No, yeah, so the next one is an intelligence save, we're gonna do intelligence save for this. and I'll explain what happens. That's a really good wisdom save.
Okay, my intelligence is less good.
It's fine.
We'll see.
17.
That's
solid.
really good. So you start. There's this kind of like the hum of the space turns into this reverberating waves, just vroom, vroom, of this kind of force. This humming is oscillating, and you start seeing things flitting through the space in front of you. That's not just these stars, and it's incomprehensible. This kind of knowledge, you could not describe it if you tried. There's things that are refracting that can't. There's things that are lighting up that can't. There's all sorts of shapes and words and sounds and gibbering and almost indecipherable noise all mixed into this cacophony. And you're able to withstand it, which is a big deal. And with a 17, you're able to at least remember the experience, whether or not you can explain it.
Very cool.
It's trying to talk.
Everybody always passes out when I do this to them. This is great.
Exactly.
Certified
Hey! I would get into a lot more, and maybe we'll pick up here next session.
Okay.
But I know that we need to stop because J. Crew's going to fall asleep.
It's okay.
Is there any last little things people want to shout out before we call tonight's session?
Nah.
I'm good.
J. Crew, you good? Alrighty. Let us do the outros. Whoop. Alrighty. Okay. So, thank you, anyone and everyone who's tuned into Bane of the Ancients D&D. I am Gats. I was the GM for this. If you want to catch us in the future, go ahead and check out our schedule down in the description. There's Googly Doc. If you want to catch us out in the past, catch us out. Yeah. If you want to catch us out in the past, that's the new phrase. Check out YouTube. YouTube Live Library. It's got all the other 17 sessions because we count 0. And the parts are broke, whatever. Go check them out if you want to watch. And who was I playing with tonight?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I was playing Rune, the manling barbarian, and had a pretty solid time this session. I'm bargaining.
I'm Shuck, playing Belenos, Astral Elf Cleric, had another banger of a session.
I'm J. Crew playing Miki, the half-drow bard, and God gives his most tiring battles to his sleepiest warriors.
That's great. I'm Shaska, playing a snake.
Yeah, Snaky Jake.
2 hands.
All right. Well, thank you guys for playing, and thank y'all for watching. And we will be back soon. Maybe we'll see. We might do a pop-up special additional session. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh.
Alrighty. I'm gonna end this stream. Have a good Nacht, wie geht's? Auf Wiedersehen.